Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is a football Friday as we get set to watch the Eagles take on the Saints on Sunday, a game that I think we all had as a W, except for Kevin Cooney, when the schedule first came out. Is that going to change for a lot of you? We'll discuss it all day today. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
The play call worked. The question, though, is whether it worked or not, was it the smart play call?
It wasn't. What is this team built around? It's built around having one of the best offensive lines in football.
Yep.
A quarterback who is a dual threat with his legs and his arms.
Showed that last night.
And a star running back who, by the way, give him 2 consecutive carries. He goes for 5 or 6 yards, not 3.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Friday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, happy football Friday, payday, Fanatic Friday.
Yeah, happy football Friday to everyone who celebrates and except Taiwan Walker.
Yeah, that was not fun last night.
That's why I'm glad it's a football Friday, because
Yeah.
I'm throwing up in my mouth.
Like, I don't want to.
Watching that
Like,
man
I
pitch.
just, like, I don't want to talk about it because it's
Going to drag us down?
Well, it's not going to drag me down. It's not worth my time. They're not serious. They are not a serious
organization trotting him out there. It's an embarrassment.
I'll say this: they're a serious organization 4 out of the 5 days. And then if they're going to trot out Taiwan Walker, I remember I was doing the pregame show Monday night. I told you about it. You didn't even see it until Tuesday morning.
And I said, what are you talking about?
It was almost like they were like, here, let's just put this out there. Maybe nobody will notice. That Taiwan Walker was going to start last night. I was like, wait a minute. This is Matt Gelb. This is a fake Matt Gelb account, right? Like, there's no way this is real. And they put him out there, and much of the same.
I said to you, I didn't believe that they would actually do it.
And they did, and he was obliterated last night.
Disrespectful to the players in the organization.
Yes.
That they keep doing this.
Because if you are a player, I go back to the almost no-hit bid against the Astros. You were off that week.
Okay.
Remember when they almost got no-hit by the Astros?
Oh, sure. I was watching that down in Stone Harbor.
I tried explaining to people because people were like, why are you picking on Walker? The offense should have a hit. The organization told the players that day, hey, we're going to lose this one.
We are not giving you a chance to win today.
So imagine anybody in a starting lineup that has to go out there and go, oh, wait, okay, this is going to be fun. And then they see runs being put up in the first, second, and third inning. You're not going to really play all that hard because you know you're going to lose that game.
If people don't believe that's real, I can only assure you, 1,000%. I have talked to hundreds of baseball players in the course of my career, and it's absolutely a thing. When the organization trots out some Joe bag of donuts, it doesn't give you a chance to win. It's demoralizing. And so let's talk football Friday.
Yes, please.
Where hopefully we can get this thing fixed. I just had to not say hello to Taiwan Walker.
That's okay. Football Friday where we're kind of sitting on an edge of a fence now. So it's not like we're going from the doom and gloom of a Taiwan Walker start to the positivity of an Eagles-Saints game.
Yeah.
Because you heard in the little intro there, this was a game when the schedule first came out where I think we all chalked up as a W, right?
I thought this was going to be a W.
And I can't wait. We have Mike Detillier, who you know.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Mikey, one of the legends. He's the legend in sports talk radio in the South.
Okay.
In New Orleans.
So he'll be joining us at 9:05 today. And I know that's 3 hours from now, but I'm very curious to ask him what the difference is from the Saints last year to this year. Last year, I picked the Saints to win the NFC South.
So did I.
I didn't think Derek Carr was some top 10 quarterback, but I thought Derek Carr, with a year younger Alvin Kamara, with some pretty decent weapons that he had around him, and a defense that was growing, right? I know that they were in cap hell, that team, but that defense was growing. I thought the Saints were going to actually win that division because I didn't think the Bucs were going to be all that great, and I didn't think the Falcons were going to be all that great. And it still came down to the wire. But the Saints were very disappointing last year. They would win one game, and then they'd take 2 steps back every single time. This year, do I expect them to score 40 points a week? No. Did I expect them to score 40 points a week last year? No. But they look more like the team I expected to see last season. But because of how bad it was last year, John, I wrote them off.
I also believe, though, the DNA of that team is still there.
Yeah, it might
be. And the capability is still there.
Yeah.
Much like I think the capability of the Eagles to put something together that is much more credible
Right.
is still there also.
Yeah, the Eagles are not done. So I was thinking about that Kyle Brandt thing even more that I told you about, where he said we have to stop talking about the Eagles as a juggernaut. No, we shouldn't stop talking about the Eagles as a juggernaut because, like you said, DNA and talent, it's all still there. It's got to be put together. I can't completely write them off from being a top team in the NFL because they lost in week 2. Everybody was singing their praises week 1. Everybody, even I imagine Kyle Brandt was.
No, he was. He
That's
thought
a
they'd
tough
be good.
spot to start the season. Going into Sao Paulo, I know they were the favorite in the game, but it seemed like the betting favorite was the Green Bay Packers. Everybody in the world thought the Packers were going to win that game. When the schedule first came out, I thought Green Bay would win that game.
If that had happened, though, the line would have shifted.
No, you're right.
I mean, it's like the people who were loud
Took
were
the
telling you
Packers.
that they were going to lose to the Packers.
And so the Eagles end up winning that game, and that was celebrated. And then they come back, and they're winning the football game until the very end. And I know it wasn't pretty even when they were winning, but they're winning the football game. I don't want to go with the whole if Saquon Barkley catches the ball, they're 2-0, but that's true. So to say that they're not a top team because of that loss, I think that's unfair, especially when you look around the NFL. There's top teams. Is he saying that about the Ravens? Is he saying that about the Bengals? They're both 0-2 to start the season
I would have said,
with bad losses.
I thought about it this way, is what would our open of our show been on Monday? I mean, on Tuesday morning. If the Eagles had beaten the Falcons, if they had just run the ball there,
Yeah.
bled out the clock, Falcons don't win. They're 2-0. I think it would have been one of those yeah, but shows.
Unless Jalen Hurts played a lot better.
Well, no, we would have celebrated that, and we would have celebrated.
Secondary was great.
And we would have come in saying the defense gave up 15 points. That's progress.
Yeah, honestly, dude, I think we would be.
I think we'd be feeling very good.
Style points, they weren't there, except for Hurts and his running ability.
Right, exactly.
If they won Monday night,
No,
John,
we would be feeling good.
I think we're coming in here going, wow, all right, it may have not been the prettiest of games, but
We're feeling pretty
we see
good.
the beginning of a good football team. We see a young secondary playing very well. Quinyon Mitchell has another great game.
They played well in pass defense up until that final drive.
They did.
Which is all on Nick Sirianni and his stupid-ass decision-making, excuse me.
Yes.
But it's like it's all on him. But
unfortunately, they lost, and
but I
now
think-
that opens up the door to all the questions.
And I think that we would have come in here going, I think we'd have, and then in retrospect, or more looking ahead, I think today's show would be a different tone.
Yeah, because it would be
If
the
that-
2-0 Eagles versus the
Right.
2-0 Saints.
Exactly.
We'd
People
say,
are saying,
we'd say,
is
oh,
this a
yeah,
preview?
You scored 40 points? All right, against those defenses, not against our young defense.
Is this a preview for playoff time?
Right.
Is this a game you got to win? So I am choosing to look at it as that. I'm choosing to look at this game as I'll forget about the brain fart by Nick Sirianni and his stupid analytics and what he did and what he chose to do, peeing away a game. I'll look at this as the Eagles who I thought they were before that final decision.
Okay.
That's how I'm going into it. I wrote a piece for the Fanatic website today, and I'm just going to tell you right off the bat, start the show. I think they're winning.
So
I think they're winning on Sunday.
then you are going to be the beacon of light today.
Okay. You don't feel as good, and I understand if you don't.
So I was thinking about this on my way in.
All right.
So when you give predictions, you got to say with your chest, and you got to,
Yes.
this is your prediction. It's your prediction, right?
Right.
But I can tell you right now that my prediction could change after one quarter.
Now
I'll
you
tell
can't.
you right-
No, we're not
I know,
allowing.
no, I know,
Connor,
I know.
we do not allow that. Right. That is part of it.
But hear me out. I'm predicting the Saints to win the football game on Sunday, and I hate that. I rarely do that.
Okay. Gut instinct, though, paint the picture.
Gut instinct is
Paint the picture. Is it halftime and you are sending out a few mean tweets? And by the way, I will be live tweeting via the Fanatic account again. So I'm doing it again this weekend, but it will be live from the Kincade. So mean halftime. Mean tweets, frustrated tweets, angry tweets, potentially happy tweets.
no. I think it's going to be.
Where do you think you're gonna be?
At halftime? I think it's going to be a one-score game either side.
Are you going to feel good about what you're seeing, though?
Not when the pass rush sucks. And
Okay,
that's
so-
my biggest issue. And
Okay,
and so when I say I could tell in the first quarter if I'm going to be right or wrong, if the pass rush is getting to Derek Carr, the Eagles are winning this football game. Okay, so I'm going to tell you right now, Saints are winning, but after one quarter, I can be able to say, all right, my prediction was wrong. I don't think I'm going to have to wait till the fourth quarter and the Eagles win for me to say my prediction was wrong.
Okay, so you think it could shift before that?
Because I have seen 2 weeks of zero pulse from a pass rush. Not even a pulse. The quarterbacks have been so comfortable, both Jordan Love and then last week with Kirk Cousins. They have been extremely comfortable.
They have been.
If Derek Carr is comfortable, you have seen what he has done through 2 weeks being comfortable.
Here's what I did yesterday. I went back and again, I watched the 15-minute game again, which, by the way, if you don't play that, NFL Plus is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just to be able to have it, if you spend a little money on it, it's awesome. I'm watching that 15-minute game again. Jordan Love was under a hell of a lot more pressure from the Eagles, a hell of a lot more disruption than what we saw Monday night.
Okay.
So one of those two teams exists. The Packers, and I think the Packers' offensive line is better than the Falcons. There were times, I mean, they didn't knock Jordan Love around, but they disrupted him.
Yeah.
He got aggravated. He had to throw off a back foot a couple times.
Could that have been a young quarterback that was still
it could
maybe
be
on his skates, whereas Kirk Cousins is a veteran and goes,
okay,
all right, they're not getting to me? Okay.
Could be, but I also believe that Derek Carr in his DNA has the ability to be made to look like that. And I think the pass rush, even though it didn't get home a ton in the first game, and it wasn't very good, I think I still see it existing.
But it went from not very good to non-existent.
Oh, it was not.
Which was week 2.
No, it was terrible. And I'm going to tell you, though, I've seen 2 outings. I've seen what they did to disrupt the Packers' offensive line and what they did to disrupt Jordan Love, even though they're not knocking him around. If you disrupt Derek Carr like that, the Eagles are going to win this game.
Here's where you're missing something.
Okay.
Which running back did they disrupt?
Yeah, exactly.
I gave you the stats from Reuben Frank. The worst first 2 games in the history of the Eagles franchise against the run. This goes back to the 40s and 50s and 60s when all they did was run the football. It was the worst first 2-week stretch in Eagles franchise history and one of the worst in the history of the NFL. And until that gets stopped, you can run to set up the pass. You can pass to set up the run. The Eagles don't have a run defense or a pass rush. You need to have at least one. Well, they don't have either.
That's fine because Alvin Kamara is going to be tired from scoring 3 times last week. So
exactly.
You might get
I'm sure
week
he's
off.
Was it 3 or 4?
He scored 4 touchdowns. Three on the ground, 1 in the air.
Looking at the rushing.
Now look, this may end up Monday morning. I may come in and I may apologize to everybody and say, okay, I looked at it way too positively. But I'm telling you, I think you will see the best version of the Eagles Sunday afternoon.
And I hope so. You know me. I am holly jolly, right? When I do the pregame show, whatever the Eagles' record ends up being at the end of the season, that was my win-loss prediction because I pretty much picked them to win every single week. And then if they lose, well, I get handed a loss, right? It's hard for me to ever pick an opposition. And right now I'm picking the Saints until that pass rush proves me wrong. So on Monday, our question was who needed to make a statement Monday night. And remember, my answer was Jalen Hurts. And I think he did that. I think he backed that up. I think he played his ass off Monday night. And obviously the interception can't happen, and we'll talk about that as the show goes on. But, man, today's question kind of similar, but maybe a little bit more harsh. Who on Sunday needs to just have a game so that we have faith in them? That's our question today at 610-632-0975. For me, it's the pass rush or somebody, right? You want to give me an individual, Bryce Huff, Josh Sweat, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis. There needs to be one player, not Brandon Graham, not Milton Williams, not Moro Ojomo,
Whoa.
not Thomas Booker.
Whoa. Why do you say not Milton Williams?
No, the 4 guys that will play the majority of the snaps.
Okay.
I need one of those 4 guys that will play 50% of the snaps or more on a weekly basis unless they suck so bad that they get pulled out of the rotation. This week, because Vic Fangio even said it, we'll play some clips for you coming up. Vic Fangio said that Bryce Huff is still the starting edge rusher, as he should. You're not going to bench him.
No.
Out of Bryce Huff, Josh Sweat, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, I'm asking for one person, not all 4, not 2, not 3, one person, John, to have a freaking pulse.
And who is the guy, if I said to you Monday morning you're going to come in and you're going to say, well, I'm very inspired by that.
It would be Jalen Carter because he's the guy I have the most faith in.
So he's the guy you have most faith in.
So who do you need to see Sunday have a good game so that you can have faith in them? And the coaches, it's not just players. The coach is allowed to be in this conversation because I'm sure there's a lot of people that go, I need Nick Sirianni to bounce back from last week or we're going to start talking about last season. And I don't want to do that, John.
It is absolutely Jordan Davis.
Okay?
Because if Jordan Davis gets swallowed up like he did far too often on Monday night,
On the air and on the ground,
it could be ugly. It could be ugly. And I believe in Jordan Davis. So I'm going to tell you that's where I'm at.
All right.
Jordan Davis is the guy.
Connor, who needs to have a game, not a statement game, just a game. They need to do something for you so that you go, all right, I have faith in that guy that he's either going to continue to play like that or he's going to get back to where we thought he was or our expectations were correct. Our high expectations were correct of that person before the season started when we did all of our conversations of on the paper this, on the paper that. So far through 2 weeks, there have been a lot of people that did not grade out well in terms of on the paper. Who needs to have a game on Sunday for you to say, all right, I have faith in that person that things are going to go well again?
Yeah, I'm operating under the assumption A.J. Brown's not going to be available for this game.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
Which means that your wide receiver number 2 is a guy that you went out and traded for, that has a high pedigree, that has done absolutely nothing for you through 2 weeks. And
Great
one
answer.
of those, like, I can't fault Jahan Dotson for not being in the game plan all that much in Brazil.
No.
Getting acquired late and then whatever. But when you become wide receiver 2 in week 2 and you don't do anything, and then you're going to be wide receiver 2 in week 3 again, if he goes out and he doesn't, if I don't hear his name, if I don't think, wow, I remember that play from Jahan Dotson, I'm going to be like, what did we get this guy for? Is he better than Quez Watkins? Like, are you truly in
I
a
can
better
tell you
spot?
yes right away.
Can you? Can you?
Well, no, you
Because-
can't based on what we've seen
Based
from
on
him yet, but he better step up and do something.
Yeah.
Like, so I need to see him just have a pulse, make a catch, make something happen. I want to hear your name. I want to know what number Jahan Dotson's wearing because I don't know that I could tell you that off the top of my head right now.
Okay, so the number to climb in, 610-632-0975. Who needs to have a game on Sunday for you to have faith in them yet again? And Nick Sirianni will be someone that we talk about. We've talked about the decision ad nauseum this week. All week long, we've been talking about that decision and whether or not it was the right one or the wrong one. His identity crisis of being aggressive versus not being aggressive. It seems like it goes back and forth all the time. Nick Sirianni would be a question as well. But for me to start, it's the defense. And if there is no pass rush, specifically the pass rush, if there's no pass rush or they can't stop the run again, I'm sounding the alarms on Monday. Because there's going to be games where the Eagles don't score 30 points. We expect them to. There's going to be games where they don't score 30 points. And if the pass rush is non-existent and the opposing team can just keep the Eagles offense off the field. I heard Ray and Amy yesterday for the first 2 hours of the Mike Missanelli show because they had to take care of some stuff. I heard Ray say the best weapon for an opposing team is to keep the Eagles offense off the field. And if they can put together 8-minute drives, 9-minute drives, like some teams are, that's killer for the Eagles offense that's supposed to score a lot of points.
That 9-minute drive the other night from the Birds, wasn't it around? I think it was a 9-minute drive on Monday night. You better have at least there's got to be at least a couple of them on Sunday.
Yeah.
And this Saints defense is not that good.
No, it's not.
So you better be able
You should be able
to
to score
move the ball.
points.
And you can't turn it over like Dak Prescott did. They masqueraded coverages and did things like this with Dak. Maybe the Honey Badger is going to be a little hobbled.
Yeah.
So you could have some things going for you there.
All right, here's Vic Fangio, by the way, talking about the production will come when they stop the run, Johnny.
I think when you talk production, correct me if I'm wrong, but, you're talking sacks and pressures and stuff, and until we do a better job of playing the run, those aren't coming, that's for sure. And we all have to do a better job, starting with me, of playing the run better.
All right,
Now,
starts with him, starts with him,
Vic
starts with
doesn't
him.
tackle anyone.
Exactly.
Vic, takes the bullet there. And I guess I don't know what plan you could draw. You could be the ghost of Buddy Ryan.
Yeah.
And you couldn't take right now the way those guys have played. Just natural talent. The way they're getting beaten physically. You couldn't go out there and win.
No, because Bryce Huff is a 0 right now. Josh Sweat's a guy. Jordan Davis seems to be, again, this is through 2 weeks. Jordan Davis seems to be a bust through 2 weeks, and Jalen Carter's double teams, triple team. And then if your linebacker, Zach Bond had 15 tackles in week 1. If he's not playing well like he didn't last week, then what? Then they're going to get into the second and third level every single carry.
By the way, our friends from the AACR are taking over the show today, the American Association for Cancer Research. We appreciate them. AACR.org/fanatic. If you want to make a donation, maybe a $9.75 donation would be a nice one this
That'd
morning.
be cool. Love that. All right, coming up next, we also talk about the offense. Kellen Moore spoke to the media for the first time following that Monday night loss. He spoke yesterday. The offense wasn't the problem until the end. We'll hear from Kellen Moore coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Football Friday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Another weak start from Wall.
Fanatic Friday, a football Friday, as we get set for the Eagles to battle the Saints on Sunday. We got a little takeover today, Johnny. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's our friends at the AACR, and the first 50 listeners today that donate $20 or more to the AACR's John Kincade Scholarship Fund are going to receive a FanFest 4-pack. So if you have not received your tickets yet, and you haven't gotten in any of the ticket raids or anything, you can donate today at aacr.org/fanatic. First 50 will get a 4-pack.
I love
We
that.
have saved these tickets and put them aside for this special event. Today would have been 26 years clean for me of cancer if I hadn't gotten it last year.
Okay.
So it just goes to show you, last year was supposed to be the big 25th anniversary, and I was fighting cancer last year on that date. So, but look, it's a difference of a year. You saw me a year ago.
Yes, I have.
Much different.
Yep.
Much different.
It is much different.
Good
You're looking
job.
great, my man.
Thank you,
all right,
brother.
so thanks to the AACR for taking over the show
AACR.
today. All right, so we've talked a lot about Nick Sirianni all week long, and we've talked a lot about the defense all week long. Kellen Moore obviously also had his hand on the situation at the end of the game as well, and he had a chance to talk to the media for the first time yesterday. I want to play a couple of clips for you, and then we'll pretty much officially move on to Sunday, even though there is a Jalen Hurts topic that I'm going to bring up to you guys later on in the 7 o'clock hour. But here's Kellen Moore on the big third down decision on the Eagles, the second to last possession of the game.
Obviously, a decision factor on that play, a big moment in the game. Ran the first two plays, obviously felt like we were gaining a few yards. The second down play, they had a lot in the box. There was a lot of people in there. Saquon was able to avoid a few of them and get a couple yards out of it, but felt like we had a play that was set up, had a potential opportunity to finish the game off. Obviously, there's risk associated with that play like any play. Fortunately, it didn't turn out the way we had hoped, but those are situations where we're constantly having conversations about, talking about how best to handle those situations, and felt like obviously we missed the opportunity.
Okay,
So, go ahead.
Well, there's one thing with that. There's risk involved with that play, as with every play. Shush. Now, to that point, if he just eat it, Kellen, eat it. Eat the stupid decision. Why does it have to? Well, there's risk involved with that play, as there is with any play. Stop it.
See,
Just stop
This
it.
is fascinating.
It's so annoying when you just won't. Just when you make a mistake, just own it. It's okay.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Did Kellen Moore make a mistake?
Kellen Moore did make a mistake because it was his call, and Nick Sirianni said Nick Sirianni and him collaborated on the call. They collaborated on it.
Okay. Well, the only reason why I asked that question is
Because he said
the play call itself that he designed and that he called was there.
Okay.
It works if Saquon catches it.
But you don't. Somebody has to have an IQ to say this isn't worth the
isn't
risk.
the head coach the guy that has the final say?
I agree with you.
But honestly, if Kellen Moore,
here's
there's two guys that I almost go blameless on that play: Kellen Moore and Jalen Hurts.
No.
Jalen Hurts made the right throw.
Here's what I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
Kellen Moore made the call. Nick Sirianni signed off on the call and went with it.
Okay, so Kellen
Nick
does
Sirianni
deserve some blame.
So he does. No, he does, because at some point Kellen Moore is like, "Hey, let's be ultra aggressive, man. Let's be aggressive here," instead of just doing what is smart. And you had a timeout to think about it. They had two. By the way, the timeout, I had to look. Timeout was 2.5 minutes. The TV timeout there was 2.5 minutes. You had 2.5 minutes to talk. What are we going to do here? Really? We're really going to throw this ball. We're really going to risk. But Saquon all night long has been gashing them. What do we? Yeah, we're going to throw it.
On the other hand, though, I'm just asking this question. I don't know if I believe this to be true, but if Nick Sirianni okayed the pass play in that spot, who's to say that if he wanted to run against a stacked box, Nick Sirianni wouldn't say, "Hey, Kellen, toss this one"?
No, he may have. We don't know. But the play call for the pass, the only way that would be legitimate would be as if he had said, "Kellen, draw me up a pass play."
Well, and like you said, we had 2.5 minutes.
I don't believe
maybe Kellen Moore had that play, and Nick Sirianni said, "Yeah, let's go with it."
What do you mean? Let's go with a
if Kellen Moore said, "Hey, Nick, here's what I'm thinking," and Nick says, "Yeah, go for it." Go for that play.
The final line of defense against stupidity
Is
the
head coach.
is the most important one.
You're right.
So that's why this ultimately sits on the head coach's plate. Not that Kellen Moore made the right decision.
No, I got you.
But that guy has a higher title to stop the the guy below him from making that decision.
That is a very good point.
So here's Kellen Moore
Very
some
good
more
point.
talking about the entirety of the game plan at the end of the game, and then we'll play one more after that about the interception. But here's Kellen Moore on the game plan.
Yeah, we do a lot of the work throughout the week. As we're building the game plan, just spending time on all the different situational calls because, like you said, there's playing the play and then there's playing the situation, and so we go through as many different situations throughout the week just to talk through. Okay, what's our call in this situation? What's our call in this situation? There is an element of how the game plays out at the same time. But, obviously it was a critical moment. Obviously you can run the football there or you can try and end it. We're close and we missed the opportunity.
So let me ask you this.
We could run the ball there, but
Let me ask you this question. Because we all know if Saquon catches it, the play works, right?
yeah, yes.
Let me ask you this question. And Connor, I want your answer on this too. Let's say the exact same situation comes up this weekend. Do they do it again?
Oh, geez.
Or do they go, maybe it would be smarter to run the football? Even though like Nick Sirianni, you heard his press conference?
We heard it.
Oh, I based off of my reports and based off, I stick with the decision that we made. I've even had more conviction with the decision that we made. So that means if the same situation were to come up Sunday, that means he would do it all over again.
I would only tell you this. There's a danger, and I heard it talked about by the former offensive lineman that played for the Colts that is
Hank Fraley.
No, that is on ESPN.
Saturday.
ESPN. Jeff Saturday.
Sunday.
He said
Day.
the danger of Nick Sirianni running his mouth so much at the press conference the other day. He gave away way too much of their philosophy that other coaches.
And that's Mr.
He said-
Competitive Advantage,
He said,
too.
and exactly what he said. Why do I want my head coach running his mouth like that? Well, here is our entire thought process on their entire thing, and this is what we think, and this is what we do. He said, look, Bill Belichick gets ripped for being, not answering any questions and everything. There's a reason you don't want to give anybody too much insight into what you do.
Well, you know why he did it?
Because
he knew he was under fire, and he's got to do whatever he can to try to prove people that he was wrong or that they're wrong and that what he was believing was right.
I know that.
It's like,
with him, it's got to be.
my back's up against the wall, so I'm going to talk even more and with more conviction. But if that same situation comes up, do you think he sticks with it, or do
No.
you think the next time he runs the football?
I think next time he's smart and he runs a football.
Well, then he's
I agree.
Well, then he's a hypocrite.
I'd rather him be a hypocrite.
I know,
I'd rather
me too.
be-
I agree with
No,
you.
no,
but I'm
don't
saying
make
that
me
he's
hit
a
it.
hypocrite, and then it goes right back to what I was complaining about earlier this week, that he has an identity crisis.
Don't make me play it.
I don't.
I want them to win. I don't care if he's a
but then he
hypocrite or
has
not.
an identity crisis, and that's another issue.
We know he does already.
I
But
don't
that's
think
the
it's
problem. If the same situation comes up this Sunday, and he then says, you know what, let's run the football. Yes, we will celebrate it, but this is after a week where he's doing, no, this is what I believe in, and this is what we'll continue to do.
And that is what you have guys who played in the NFL saying, what are you doing? Sort of shush.
Yeah.
Shush. You don't need to defend yourself that much. Believe in what you believe in, and then just live with it. And by the way, if he did, I swear I'd lose my mind. I would lose. If they're in the same exact situation and they throw the ball to give a team an extra 40 seconds inside the 2-minute warning, which, by the way, changed it. And I thank ESPN Stats and Information. And I didn't realize it was already out there from the other day, and I missed it. 97.4% chance to win the game if you run the ball on that third down play and you don't throw it to Saquon.
And you get the same thing, field goal, right?
Okay.
Everything plays out the same.
If then, after the clock stops, when you kick the field goal, okay, if you kick the field goal where they were in, their win probability in that game dropped just above 60%.
Oh, wow.
Just above 60%. So, you went from 97% to I think it's 62.8 or something like that.
Yeah. That's a major drop-off. And that's statistics, that's analytics.
You
it's
open the
blah,
door
blah,
for
blah.
someone to have 40 more seconds.
Yeah.
It's so dumb, and I just hope that. But you know what, though? I don't think, and I mean this, and I'm not trying to be rude, I don't believe Nick Sirianni's an idiot. So I believe he will learn from this. And I don't ever rip somebody if they just own a mistake and then correct it. But he won't even own this one.
Well, because he doesn't think it was a mistake.
Because he just
But John, he doesn't think it's a mistake. He's standing by what he believed in at the time. And so that's why if the same situation were to come up, he's probably going to do that play again. And if he doesn't, then he's going against his own word. And he himself is confused with what he wants to do.
Well, he's confused, all right.
All right, so coming up next, we check out the text line. You can text the show at 610-632-0975. Who needs to have a good game on Sunday for you to have faith in them either again or for the first time? For me, I need the pass rush to show up or I am sounding the alarms Monday morning. I'm sorry to be a little dramatic, but it's true. It has been historically bad against the run and against the pass. Kirk Cousins was able to stand like a statue, and there's double meaning to that. A, he can't move to begin with. And the other meaning, the old NFL meaning of he's still like a statue back there in the pocket because there's no pass rush. And if Derek Carr has no pass rush against him, the Saints will win the football game. Who do you need to see have a good game on Sunday for you to have faith in them again moving forward? And Nick Sirianni should be an answer for some people. Hell, Kellen Moore might be an answer for some people.
He's an answer for me later in the show.
You can text in at 610-632-0975. We hit the text line and the phone line. Coming up next, it's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
The real and inside story on the Phillies is on the best show ever.
Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic on a football Friday. Eagles taking on the Saints this Sunday. Our question, who needs to have a good game or at least a game for you to have faith in them again?
Wait a minute. Who
moving
has to have
forward?
a game?
A game. Look, again, I don't need Bryce Huff to have 4 sacks.
I got you.
I need Bryce Huff to beat the right tackle one time. I need a pressure. I need Bryce Huff to show up in a stat sheet, John. I don't need him to be Reggie White. I don't need him to be Hassan Reddick.
Okay, tell me this.
I want him to be, I don't know, Jannard Avery.
Sunday morning, you, Connor, and Bill are getting ready for the Fanatic pregame show.
Yes.
Tell me, is there anything that could change your enthusiasm
From now until
level about
Sunday?
it? Yes.
Well, from now until Sunday? No, probably not. But the pregame show's a little different. We're not. It's not like this kind of. It's
No, I understand.
Let's go to Andrew Pacheco.
No, I
Let's go to
understand.
Tim McManus.
No, I got you. But is there anything? Do you think Sunday morning when you put on shorts and a hoodie, and you know it's going to be shorts and a hoodie weather, it's going to be awesome? Are you going to? What's going to move you? What positive thought is going to move you?
I might have to say a prayer before I even do this because I don't know if this is blasphemy. I need to hear. It's Reggie White coming from the grave.
Okay, a little bit of blasphemy, but it's all right.
Like this pass rush has nothing,
You're
John.
down bad on this team right now.
When
it
comes to what my biggest concern was for the season, and so far through 2 weeks, it has been the worst part about the team. Yes,
You handled this so weird.
Connor, I'm telling you, I think I'm on Team Connor with this. You're surprising me. Your angst. They're 1-1, and they should be 2-0 if the coach hadn't pulled a numbskull routine the other night. You're very down. You're more down, and I don't think your analysis is bad. I don't think the points you're making are bad, but I think you may be. And you might make fun of me for this on Monday. I think you may be overreacting.
Okay. Here, do you want me to give some positives? Jalen Hurts played his ass off. Unfortunately, there's a bad interception that we'll talk about. Jalen Hurts played his ass off.
And you've said that. You've given him credit for that.
I think the offense was actually tremendous. And with A.J. Brown out and the timing of it, because it happened, Friday? When did he?
It happened Friday.
It happened Friday. Friday we were getting ready for dinner.
Yeah.
And we found out.
And Saturday, he said they're being cautionary with it because they didn't know.
Multiple weeks.
So.
Sirianni or Kellen Moore, I forget which one, said we had 2 game plans, one with A.J. Brown, one without. Baloney. Right? Like, you had a game plan without A.J. Brown come Friday once you found out that he wasn't going to be playing. So for what was handed them, I thought the offense actually played really well against the Falcons on Monday night.
Well, I did not. I thought it was good. I expected better.
Me too, but for what was handed toward them, I thought they played really well.
Well,
by the way, it's not like they had much time to play on offense because the defense was, getting gashed at times.
I was expecting this top 5 tight end they had to actually get open.
No, me too. Secondary, I've given the secondary flowers. I know that drive at the end was painful for people, and everybody thinks Darius Slay sucks all of a sudden because he gave a game-winning touchdown pass. The secondary was great for 58 minutes.
The secondary was. We would have come in here on Monday and said, if Nick Sirianni doesn't have a brain fart, we would have come in on Monday and said, the pass defense did a fine job.
Yep.
The run defense is a problem. The pass rush is a problem. But that young secondary, they showed out. And 15 points, this team shouldn't
lose.
Again, they shouldn't lose a game, though. This team should not lose a game when the opponent scores 22.
No,
they never should have lost that game.
Here's just what I don't get with you, dude.
Go ahead. Wait, you tell me to lay down on the couch so you can talk to me?
Have a seat. Talk to Dr. Connor over here. If I came into this season and I said the Eagles' offensive line is terrible, they can't block anybody, and Jalen Hurts was sacked 12 times through the first 2 weeks, you know what I'd be saying? Okay, this is what we expected to happen. This was the weak spot of this team. This is the expectation result for what I thought. And the other thing, because that's what you're doing with the pass rush. You saw this coming. You had questions all offseason long. Mm-hmm. This should not surprise you. You were the number one advocate.
Here's the problem.
What is
the problem? I did not think the pass rush was going to be good at all.
Okay.
I didn't think the rush defense would be historically bad. And I thought that is something that they could rely on. And we saw that in the years past, right?
Right.
Jordan Davis has clogged up holes. Jalen Carter, Fletcher Cox, guys on the outside were able to make tackles. Like, they've had a again, it's fact. Like, Ruben Frank's article is fact. They have had a historically bad rushing defense to start the first 2 weeks as well.
Okay.
And the New Orleans Saints have a good running back in Alvin Kamara. And if you're running the football, that sets up play action,
Sure.
it sets up deep balls, and every once in a while, you're going to get beat. Like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who, oh, by the way, popped up on the injury report yesterday. And if he doesn't play, now we're back to the Reed Blankenship as one of your safeties, and I don't know who the other guy would be.
Okay, but the point is on the defensive line. You knew it was going to be an issue. It has become an issue. It should not surprise you. And the other thing, guess what? If you saw it from our studios here, lovely studios that we can't see windows out of at 97.5 The Fanatic, they saw it. You think Vic Fangio didn't expect this? You think Vic Fangio came in? He was talking about Bryce Huff from the first day.
Yeah, but
saying,
the problem
I don't know.
is, like, it's even worse though. Like, no pressures. Like, that's, we talk about you make the jokes. A guy from Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, and I don't know if you mean somebody from the Phillies farm system or Joe from
Right,
Scranton.
exactly. Joe from
Could
Scranton.
pitch better than Taijuan Walker or do what Taijuan Walker's doing. You could probably find Joe from Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, who can at least create one pressure.
I don't know about that.
Or go to the Iron Pigs.
Yeah. All right, coming up next. I might be overreacting, but you know what?
I think you are a
That's
little
what
bit.
a week 2 loss with boneheaded decisions and zero pass rush does to somebody. If you guys want to call me out on it, feel free. 610-632-0975. Coming up next, we get to your text messages. I promise. That's my bad. Also, we need to have a discussion on Jalen Hurts. I'll explain more coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports.
a.m. on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on a football Friday.
It is.
All right, so I have a question for you, Johnny.
Okay.
We're gonna do
Is it gonna be a hard question or an easy question?
No, we're gonna do behind the scenes discussion live on the air
Okay.
about the show.
Okay.
So I went to see my buddy Connor Thomas during the commercial break. Have you ever heard of him? Connor?
I've heard of him. He's pretty good.
Hi.
Yeah, he produces the show.
I think he's
I'm
pretty
over
good.
here.
So I walk in there, and he says, "Hey, so we're getting a lot of texts about
Okay.
move on.
About move on from what?
Move on to Sunday's game. Stop talking about Monday night."
Okay. And I honestly think I could probably agree with those people.
All right, so let me, because look, I was going to bring up a Jalen Hurts discussion point, but it had to do with something that happened last week.
Was it positive or negative?
Well, it was going to be about the interception at the end,
Which was
and-
terrible.
which was terrible, and,
Terrible throw.
A lot of these questions that I have so far to our audience who are sending in that text also leads into Sunday's game. So when I ask, who do you need to have a good game out of for you to have faith in them moving forward, I say the pass rush because of how bad it was Monday, because of how bad it was week 1 Friday night against the Packers. I need them to have a good game this Sunday for me to have faith in them moving forward, because it's a long season and it's only week 3 that we're entering. And so far through 2 weeks, they have had no pulse. And if they continue to have no pulse this Sunday in this game against a team that has scored over 40 points in the first 2 weeks of their seasons, they will come close to probably scoring 40 points again if Derek Carr can stand there comfortably all game long, which is why the question of who do you need to have faith in moving forward this Sunday, who do you need to have a good game to have faith in moving forward, I believe using Monday night and Friday, the 2 games of evidence that we have so far, is fair to still have in such an early part of the season. Same with Nick Sirianni, the head coach, who the Eagles themselves probably thought about firing, which is why it took 8 days. And all these Bill Belichick rumors, there's a reason why these Bill Belichick things are there. In 2 games, he's had a good one and he's had a bad one. Kellen Moore, through 2 games, I think he's been okay.
Kellen Moore didn't blow that game the other night.
No.
I mean, it was I still can't get over the end of the game decision. Here's what I would just say to people, though, is that, and I understand. I can understand the texters with fatigue of that. But then again, so what you're saying is Monday night, it was an aberration. It wasn't real.
I don't think that's
just
it at all.
What do you think it is?
I think you're playing a team that has absolutely boat raced 2 teams, including the second best team in your division, and you're playing them in 2 days, and you just found out your starting safety could be out. You're missing your wide receiver 1
and
again,
that's why
most likely.
the pass rush needs to play well. So here's the deal. I get why people want to move on. Here's the main reason why they want to move on. It's because it's negative, because they lost. Because they lost the game, and this is a season where we have high expectations, and nobody wants to think about what could possibly have happened last year happening again this year. I understand the psyche of a lot of people. There's going to be some people that text in and go, no, that's not the case. I just want to talk Eagles Saints. I get it. But I guarantee you there are some people that just don't want to hear negative conversation. You want me to sit here on the mic today and say, I think the Eagles are going to win. I think Bryce Huff's going to be worth every bit of that penny. You want me to do that? Well, I'm not going to, because I'd be lying to you.
Well, but, I do believe, and it may be nuts, I believe the Eagles are going to win on Sunday.
Well, then
I'm not overly enthusiastic about certain elements that you are very negative on. I'm not overly enthusiastic about the pass rush at all.
Nobody should be.
I do believe this team will be better in rush defense than they've been significantly, because there was nothing to indicate with this Eagles team, nothing to indicate that this team was going to be horrible in rush defense. They haven't been horrible the last year and the year before.
Right.
Not horrible.
And through 2 weeks, they've been historically bad.
So I'm going to say that, to me, is too small a sample size. I'm not overreacting to that. I expect that to be better. But this team, the man in charge, has zapped some of my enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Because I don't trust him. I don't trust him to – I think he has very little understanding of that, time and place. His whole regurgitation this week has been, I'm going to show you I was still right. I was right. You're wrong. I was right. I had the right call. Even though Overwhelmingly, the NFL community has come out
Right.
and said, Nick, that wasn't the right call. No matter how you try to spin it, it wasn't the right call. You shouldn't have done that.
I got you.
He's so in defense mode. I think it's because he was almost fired this year, and he's got this.
Well, I think that's a big part of it.
punching
I
everybody.
think there's an ego thing. He doesn't get credit for that much credit for 2022, even though he should. He's the head coach of the football team, but he gets all the blame for 2023.
But he keeps saying, too, me, I. The other day's press conference, it was me, I, my defense, my call, my choice, my chart. He's so worried about getting credit right now and taking credit that I'm the man in charge. Everything that went to it. Well, we know it's not true.
Sure, but I don't have time for that, guys. I got to be honest with you. I don't have time for that. That's something that you talk about when he says it. But like when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at a Saints team that could smoke you on Sunday. I would not say, no way we could have seen that coming. If they go down there and give up like 35 points to a team that just absolutely smoked Dallas, we're worried about Nick Sirianni's like late game decision making because of how much control he wants over the offense. They might not be in a late game situation against this team.
And that's why
They
my
very well might
initial
not be.
question
Right.
and point was, who needs to have a good game Sunday
So tell us.
for you to have faith in the team moving forward? And for me, it's not Nick Sirianni and
look.
his late game decision making. It's the pass rush. And they need to have a good pass rush against a team, to your point, Connor, that everybody wants to talk about, scored over 40 points against. And I mentioned Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. If your starting safety is out, then you need your front to
By the
have
way.
a good game. And if they don't have a good game, Shaheed, who has had a great start to the season, will pick your defense apart with Derek Carr at quarterback.
By the way, he was the worst part of their secondary the other night.
Yes.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
And so he needs to play better if he is
no,
healthy.
I got that. But the guy with the biggest mouth, and that's saying something because Darius Slay's back there. The guy with the biggest mouth, Darius Slay's went out and has balled out. And Chauncey Gardner-Johnson comes home, and he has been bad.
Yeah, I'll cut him
No,
a
he's
little bit
been
of slack.
bad. Why?
He didn't play much last year, so it could be a little bit of a rust thing.
Okay.
So I'll cut him a little bit
Yeah,
of slack.
I'm not worried about Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. The only thing I'm worried about him is it's another. All of a sudden he's on the injury report.
See, now the
Well,
weird,
that's the problem.
the
that's
weird
the
thing
concern.
is that you're not.
I think he's a good football player.
Yep. Oh, I think he's a good football player too. But you haven't seen it. You haven't seen it in 2 games.
Yeah, but you got to believe in what you believe.
Yeah, but I saw 2 years ago he was one of the better safeties in the league. Like
He was. And
Sometimes I can't react to just 2 games for a player who I know is good.
Okay, so then you shouldn't overreact to the rush defense.
No, you're
because
right,
their
I
rush
shouldn't.
their rush defense has been towards the top of the NFL consistently
Yes.
in the last few
And
years.
that's why
But we're overreacting to that in 2 games.
because it's my point. I want to overreact
I mean,
to my
seriously,
point.
that's what I'm saying to you is that you're picking and choosing what you're overreacting to. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson has been it's been bad start.
It has been, and he
bad
needs to play better, and that's if he's even playing on Sunday because we don't necessarily
Which I
know
don't want to hear
the
about
injury.
either.
So, look, I'll ask the audience this question at 610-632-0975. First, I would love for you to answer the main question, which is about Sunday's game for the people that think we haven't moved on. Sunday's game. Who do you need to see have a good game for you to instill faith in them moving forward? Because the first 2 weeks hasn't necessarily been pretty, despite them being 1-1 and a Saquon Barkley catch away from being 2-0. I do want to bring up a Jalen Hurts thing, but maybe I should hesitate.
No, he shouldn't hesitate. Why?
Well, then I'll ask
Why?
you.
Because somebody wants you to put on a cheerleader costume and shake pom-poms? No, you're talking about legitimate issues with this team. Look, this is not the Philadelphia Eagles website
Right.
doing a show trying to tell you nothing to see here, everything's okay. You're allowed to talk about legitimate issues, just balance it out
Okay.
with a little bit of thing, and I think you're trying to do that.
And I think here's the Jalen Hurts conversation.
All right.
I don't think we've talked enough about how good he was. I also don't think we talked enough this week about the interception.
Well,
Both can be said, even though one's positive and one's negative.
both are true. I think he had a fine game. I can't understand what he was thinking throwing that ball. When you had to get 17 yards minimum, gives you 17 yards gives you a 60-yard field goal attempt.
Yeah.
Anybody doubt that Jake Elliott could have made in perfect conditions, could have made a 60-yarder to
No,
win
by
that
the way,
game?
I don't even doubt that they could have gotten more yards.
And why he forced that, I'll have no idea. And
Yeah.
they had time, and they even had timeout.
And obviously, the play call, the 3rd and 3, is what we've focused on a lot this week. But the interception was bad. And as you mentioned when we had Pete Prisco on yesterday, he has the most turnovers
Since the
in
beginning
the
of the 2023 season. He's got, since the Super Bowl, he has the most turnovers of any quarterback.
And
that includes, interceptions
and that
fumbles.
interception was bad. But
that was a terrible
But his game was
decision.
good. Like, I took
Right.
Monday night for Jalen Hurts more as a positive moving forward than I did a negative because of the interception. But the interception did happen.
It was horrible.
Now, I don't think we've given him enough flowers. I also don't think we've done enough. Man, that can't happen, dude.
No, we should do that. The turnovers is something that he's not slowing down on.
Yeah.
And that has to stop.
I look at that and I kind of say, how people were talking about the reason that you run the football there with Saquon Barkley is to protect your defense. Nick Sirianni and Kellen Moore have to think about that.
Okay.
You have to protect your quarterback.
What do
You
you
have to
mean?
not
What do you
put Jalen Hurts in a situation end game where he's throwing from behind. Is he that type of guy where you think about, wow, the turnovers have become such a point where you need to run the clock, not just so that your defense doesn't have to be out there in a tough spot, but that Jalen Hurts is not throwing with the game down. Like, here's the thing. If he's forced into a situation where it's like, go win a ball game, I don't have a lack of faith in Jalen Hurts, but are we getting to a point where maybe we should?
Like I watched him fourth quarter in Green Bay, in Brazil, and I was incredibly impressed on that final drive.
Yeah, me
with
too.
his passing with Devontae Smith and everything. So
even the drive that ended up leading even the interception, but he had a great drive leading up to it. It was just another bad decision.
my list of grievances coming in on Tuesday morning. Jalen Hurts did not appear on the first page.
No,
he played very well.
Jalen Hurts did not appear on the first page, but in legitimate fashion, he can't throw that ball into that coverage with that much time left. And it was 17. You only needed 17 yards. If he needed 37 yards in that situation, I could understand it. If he needed 50 yards, I could understand it. Needing 17 yards with a timeout, with the sidelines available, with the ability to just get your backside out of bounds, I was extremely disappointed with that throw.
Throw it away. Like,
it was a terrible.
There was pressure in his face.
It was a terrible decision.
Now, and to your point, you said this earlier. If we want to focus on Sunday's game, Dak Prescott threw 2 picks last week against the Saints defense that people aren't giving a lot of credit for. I don't think the Saints are like this team that's thought of as a big, great defense. I think they have a solid defense.
They do.
They'll be a middle-of-the-pack defense, which is where we want the Eagles to get to when the season is over. But Dak Prescott threw 2 picks last week. Jalen Hurts has been a turnover machine. That's okay to say because it's accurate.
Well, he's number one.
So he's a turnover
number one
machine.
Since the Super Bowl. He's number one.
So those kinds of throws can't happen.
And by the way, it has nothing to do. That's not criticizing Jalen Hurts over the top.
No.
That's dealing with facts. And some people think facts are an attack.
All right.
It's crazy to me.
So what do we have on the text line, Connor? Because I know people want to move on. Our main topic today is about Sunday's game, which is why we've talked about that the most. You can text in. You can call in 610-632-0975. Give us anything that we have on the table. But the main topic today that we start off the show with, who do you need to see have a good game or at least a pulse? For me, it's the pass rush. For you to have faith in them moving forward, that this season is not going to go awry and all of a sudden it's like last year. No, I still think they're going to win this division. It's just that game Monday night haunted me. But what do we got?
Tim in Harrisburg says Vic Fangio needs to step up. The guy was brought in here to be the savior of the defense, and so far they are about on par with last year. Make some schematic adjustments, try some new players mixed in, try something. The defense has holes, but I refuse to believe the talent is as bad as it looks right now.
Defense is already better through 2 weeks than last year.
Yeah, I agree.
To say they're on par with last year is wrong. But I will say this. Try some new players. You can't give up on Bryce Huff yet.
No, not at all.
Like, honestly,
No,
I would love to be emotional and say, sit his ass, right? Make him watch from the sideline. Let him learn for a week. We gotta be logical. Thomas Booker's not gonna be lining up on the outside to start the game, right? So try some new players. Easier said than done, especially when you have a general manager who is as hands-on as Howie Roseman is and paid Bryce Huff $17 million a year. and he's not going to all of a sudden be sitting him because he had 2 bad games.
I don't know. I think people get caught up on that last drive from Monday night, and they see, hey, with the game on the line and a chance to stop a team to win yourself the ball game, the defense didn't get it done. And are they going to be that end game type of
defense had a good 7 guys had a good game.
Right, but then at the end, if the ball goes into Kirk Cousins' hands and he drives in primetime on you, that's going to spook some people as far as whether or not this defense could stop great quarterbacks at the end of games. Derek Carr is playing like a great quarterback right now, better than Kirk Cousins was when he came in here. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's fair to be concerned about the defense. Let's go to Charlie. Speaking of the defense, Charlie in Levittown. What up, Charlie?
What's up, Chuck?
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. You can't coach up heart. And heart is you either have it or you don't. And as far as this defense, they don't have any heart. Based on what I've seen so far.
Wait a minute,
what makes you say that?
It was 15. They'd given up 15 points inside the 2-minute warning, and their coach put them in a position to lose that game. If we come in Monday and they gave up 15?
Yeah, we're saying they have no
heart? What are you talking
No,
about?
No, but I'm watching the game, and all they're doing is catching blocks. I don't see anybody shedding any kind of blocker.
Because Bryce Huff might not be
blocks.
good. I don't know if it's a heart thing necessarily, Charlie. He just might not be good. I don't think Josh Sweat, I've been saying this for a couple of years now. I've been like the Josh Sweat hater apparently in the city. I don't think he's that good.
I went after him. I mean, Josh Sweat's now 10 games. And I'm hearing Josh Sweat be a spokesperson for the defense about what they need to do.
Yeah, how about you focus on your own game?
How about you just shush?
Yeah,
Just shush.
it might not be lack of heart. It might be lack of talent, even though, to John's point, they only had 15 points allowed until that last drive.
It's just doing what you need to do to get the job done, and I'm not seeing it from the defense.
I bet you they're trying, Charlie, and I appreciate the call. The heart thing, like that's one of the things we got to get rid of as sports talk radio.
No, I'm not doing that.
You know how we do today's talk show? He's got no heart thing's got to go.
I'm not doing
window.
that. I am not questioning because I have seen too. Is another thing that's really really hard is questioning how injured somebody is.
Yeah, you don't know.
Because sometimes there's.
It's crazy. It's like watching Steph Curry miss one jumper and saying this guy can't shoot.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing here? That's the kind of full season thing.
There's some things we gotta get rid of. Look, I believe I feel comfortable saying it. I thought Byard last year in the playoffs made business decisions where eluded tacklers.
I thought he stole money from the time he got here.
And then he got a nice contract because he's got pedigree and wow, he was probably healthy because of that last game he didn't try. Through 2 weeks of the season, if you think somebody on the defense already isn't playing their hardest and is showing no heart, then we got a bigger problem.
And I don't believe that's the case.
Yeah. And I'm not taking a shot at Charlie because I know that's a go-to for a lot of people. They're playing with no heart. Have you talked to the individual?
Might be just talent.
Did that person ever did you ever talk to he doesn't care. Are you sure? Like, do you know them? Have you talked to them?
Hey, remember the first 50 listeners today to donate $20 or more to the AACR's John Kincade Scholarship Fund are going to receive a FanFest 4-pack. So donate today at aacr.org/fanatic. Grab those FanFest tickets, and we'll see you in 8 days.
Absolutely love that. 8 days, man. I can't believe it. We're right
around the corner.
All right, coming up next, we continue our conversations on the show today. Also, A.J. Brown. I don't know what his status is. It doesn't look good. Kellen Moore spoke about the offense without A.J. Brown. And there is a reason why I think the offense will be better this week. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Football Friday. We just saw Andrew DeCecco walk in the hallways. Andrew joins us coming up today for the entire 8 o'clock hour. If you haven't heard it through the first 2 weeks, he joins us the day before a game or the day of a game, like Monday night.
Our last show before a game.
Yes, or a Friday. Thank you. You said it so much more eloquently than I was going.
It'll be Friday for the unforeseen future.
Yeah, for the majority of time, he'll be joining us every Friday for the entire 8 o'clock hour, and then he joins us the day after the game for his to check in, like a 10-minute hit. So he'll be joining us Monday morning at 8:10. But today he'll be joining us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. So we can't wait to talk about everything leading up until this game. But I have a question for you guys, and maybe I should apologize a little bit for something. And no, it has nothing to do with the way we've handled this show for the first hour.
Okay.
I have to apologize to Kellen Moore.
Why?
A little bit.
Why?
A little bit.
Why?
I didn't give him enough credit for putting together the offense that he did when they found out about A.J. Brown's injury so late in the week.
Wow. I can't wait to hear this because we're on different sides of the fence on this one.
Well, hold on a second.
I thought the offense was not creative.
So this is what's fascinating. I didn't make enough of A.J. Brown's absence Monday night because I would say, well, you still have another top 10 receiver in Devontae Smith. You have a top 10 tight end in Dallas Goedert. You have a top 5 running back, a top 5 offensive line, and arguably a top 10 quarterback.
And how did he
Jalen
display those weapons?
But he only had 3 days to come up with a whole new game plan.
No, you didn't. See, I think that's overstated. And even Kellen Moore told you that it's overstated. They don't come up with a whole new game plan. They just take stuff out of the game plan and then add in a few other things. They don't. And more importantly, where was the creativity to get? I mean, I thought the offense looked bad Monday night, honestly, overall.
Well, I think it's going to be better Sunday.
Oh, so do I. I think they're going to have their best.
If the Eagles lose this game, it's because of the defense. It's not because of the offense.
I think they're going to have their best offensive game on Monday.
All right, so
Sunday.
Here's Kellen Moore.
I really do.
Here's Kellen Moore talking about having weapons still without A.J. Brown.
No doubt, obviously. I think we still have guys who can separate and give us some vertical components to our offense. Obviously, something that we just got to keep aware of. How can we continue to find those opportunities? I think a big thing around the NFL right now is just trying to find explosive plays. I think obviously the numbers are all down. We're trying to find it. Defense are doing an excellent job, and we just got to keep finding them. Not necessarily just on third down, but first and second down as well.
You know where the numbers aren't down, Kellen? New Orleans, the team you're going to be playing. Like I was numbers are down in explosive plays. Not for every team.
Right.
Not for every team. This team has been nothing but explosive plays.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've been fine. Kubiak Jr. is finding ways to create a lot of that. I don't how about this? The Saints may make me a believer on Sunday, but I'm not a big believer.
You're still hesitant.
I'm extremely hesitant.
Well, because let's look at it this way. If we're doing the on-paper battle, right, the Eagles are by far the better team. They are. The on-paper battle, the Eagles, it's not even a question. The Eagles are the better team.
If A.J. Brown was there, yeah.
I would say even without A.J. Brown. I'll go back to what I was saying last week or on Monday. The Eagles still have more weapons even without A.J. Brown at their disposal than many teams do.
Then why did it look so rudimentary and weak on Monday night?
Because I think it was the timing of the injury. At least that's my opinion. We can disagree.
Come on.
What, Connor? I would like your input on this because you're always the guy that would break the tide, right, when it comes to the argument.
You guys are going to hate me because I don't think I could really break the tide on this one. I get why John's saying he didn't love how the offense looked on Monday night.
Terrible.
I don't think it looked terrible. I think you're overstating that. But I thought they should have looked better considering the weapons they still had. But to understand the situation, Nick Sirianni gave us a soundbite this past Saturday, which was a day and a half basically before the game, and said we're going to be cautious with AJ and see what he could do. So even Saturday, they were holding out hope that he would be able to play in that game Monday night. That is a quick turnaround from we have AJ Brown to we don't have AJ Brown, which is not an excuse for losing the game.
You work with the assumption that you don't have him. And then if you have him, it's an absolute blessing.
But even then, that assumption begins on Friday after you had. Remember, they started game planning for this.
They did walkthroughs, installs, all that kind of stuff.
Right, they had nothing, though. So there was nothing really where you could say, we're going to exploit and find ways to get Dallas Goedert in space.
No, I'm not saying that. See, that's why I'm agreeing with your point that the offense should have looked better, but acting like they had plenty of time and A.J. Brown being out, well, you should just overcome that. It's somewhere in the middle of where both you guys are and both your points have validity.
Coward.
You're a coward.
So we tied 1.5 to 1.5.
And I love, and you know me, no one was more Kellen Moored up in the whole town than I was. Got to tell you, a little lukewarm on Kellen Moore.
I'm not going to sit here and say I thought the offense.
I thought it
looked
very basic.
No, I'm not saying it looked good. I'm saying it was hard for Kellen Moore to make it look better, considering the timing of the A.J. Brown injury. And now that he's had 6 days, this is the under the impression week that A.J. Brown's not playing because we haven't heard anything different. So I would imagine
he's not playing.
I think they know. They know if he's playing. They know if he's not playing, right?
I'd be shocked if he's on the field.
So, but let's just say they know whether he is playing or not. Kellen Moore has had 6 days to figure out the offensive game plan with or without A.J. Brown, and they know more than we do about A.J. Brown's status. I will imagine that regardless of who's on the field, the offense looks better Sunday than it did Monday night. That's just my feel on it.
All I'm going to say to you is this. You're telling me all those weapons that they've got, you're telling me that, that's schematically and how they ran. If Saquon Barkley doesn't run his backside off, we're talking about how bad a night it was. It was lame. It was lame. I thought it was a lame effort.
See, this is funny because you were more cautious about the A.J. Brown being out.
I told him, I said on Monday morning, I thought everybody was being on the whole day on the Fanatic. The entire day. I said, what's going on here? Everybody's just thinking.
But you're saying what I was saying. They have all those other weapons.
Yeah, but I didn't say that Monday. Monday I said I'm concerned about A.J. Brown being out, and everybody's like, "Oh, look at all the weapons they got and everything." I think A.J. Brown changes everything.
Okay, so what if he's out Sunday? Are you still concerned, or are you saying what I was saying? You have enough weapons that you should still be able to put together a good offense.
I'm believing that first of all, I believe with the Saints they will find ways to be able to exploit opportunities there.
Okay.
I think also, too, though, is that there is a motivate. I think they might have come in a little bit overlooking the Falcons a little bit on Monday night. The energy level was not there from the first even few drives. It just wasn't there. I think you're going to see a really motivated football team on Sunday.
Okay.
And I think that helps, too. But I certainly hope that the guy who has, in his career, schemed more wide receivers, tight ends, and everything into open space can do a hell of a lot of better job than I saw on Monday night. Because, and for God's sakes, Dallas Goedert, could you just get some separation?
Yeah.
Could you get some separation and win personal one-on-one battles? He got a pass this week. He got an absolute pass for that performance.
I'm going to add one more thing that I need to see, and we'll get to some text messages at 610-632-0975 because I'm sure Kellen Moore can be an answer about who you need to have a good game so you can have faith in moving forward.
Okay.
I need the Eagles to have a good first drive. 15, the scripted 15 plays.
2 weeks in a row, they've been pitiful.
Week 1, 3-play drive. The third play was the interception. And it's not like the first 2 plays were great.
Whoa. Remember, they had the fumble. It was not the fumble, the slip, which really
Barkley,
put them behind the chains. That was a big one.
And then the last week, it was a 7-play drive, the 7th play being a punt.
And that's where, on the second drive, when they didn't kick the field goal, I was so annoyed.
Yeah.
And because to me, I'm like, okay, you didn't get points in your first drive. Your defense comes out and makes a stop. You're trying to give your defense some confidence against a Falcons team that doesn't score a lot of points. Put damn points on the board.
Yeah, I need to see a good first drive for the Eagles.
Right.
All right, what do we got on the text line there, Connor?
We have a lot of people checking in on defensive players that they're looking to have a game. Jay from Westchester says the obvious answer here is Bryce Huff, but he's new to this team and defense, so I can give him a little bit more of an excuse than this other guy. Jordan Davis was noted to be a monster coming out of the draft. We need to see something out of Jordan this weekend.
He took mine. That's exactly who I said earlier.
And it's a great answer because part of the reason why your rush defense is historically bad through the first 2 weeks is because of his inability to play. I don't expect Jordan Davis to get 7 sacks this year.
No,
right? But he needs to do his job on the rush defense.
Jordan Davis is the absolute it's the number one reason why your rush defense is so poor.
Yeah.
And I'm a big believer in him, but 2 games in, he's been god-awful.
You want to hear something crazy? Dumb radio hypothetical, but does apply here? if you could pull either Jason Kelce or Fletcher Cox out of retirement right now, it's Fletcher Cox, and you're not thinking twice.
Jason,
Oh, dude, we were saying that.
I said it all summer.
Yeah.
The talk of Jason Kelce's retirement was as if, oh my gosh, what are they going to do? And as I said, you can't name centers around the NFL. We had a perfectly fine one here that was going to be able to do a good enough job.
Yeah, but still, he was unbelievable. And Fletcher Cox would be so much more important to this team because
he
you
would be.
cannot do anything on that defensive line.
I mean,
right?
we had the conversation, what's something that we're not going to be talking about or something, and I said we're not going to be talking about the loss of Jason Kelce.
And I didn't believe it either.
And look, I think Cam Jurgens has been good through the first 2 weeks, except for a miscommunication in the first game, which that's going to happen.
That is going to happen.
Whereas, yeah, dude, not having Fletcher Cox, with all due respect to Mayor Kelce, right? Fletcher Cox is a bigger loss right now. And Fletcher Cox, by the way, last year played very well. Not that Jason Kelce was horrible, but it's not like he was great. We went through the numbers. It's not like Jason Kelce was great last year.
Mayor Kelce now trying to tell the Sixers what to do. It's unbelievable. He's got quite the platform.
He does. All right, coming up next, you can text in and call in 610-632-0975.
You live in Havertown. You know what? Seriously. Come on.
Who do you need to see have a good game, or at least a game, on Sunday where you go, all right, now I have faith again moving forward? For me, it's the pass rush. For John, it's Jordan Davis. Who'd you say, Connor? It was in the secondary?
Mr. Jahan Dotson.
Mr. Jahan. Oh, sorry, offensively. Mr. Jahan Dotson.
I had a Dotson.
Did you?
First car.
Yeah, he seemed like a Dotson guy.
He's a total Dotson guy.
Hey, guess what? Had no money. Money bags.
Coming up next, we get to some more of your reaction. It's Kincade Salciunas on this Football Friday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo.
There was a lot to like about Jalen Hurts. I know we keep going back and forth about the turnover.
hour. You get a FanFest 4-pack. So if you've been looking for tickets, haven't gotten them yet, donate today at aacr.org/fanatic.
All right, we'll get back to the text line in a second, but I was just watching Taijuan Walker's post-game media availability at the locker, and I know, like, John and I just kind of talked about it, so I'll let him say what he has to say, but it's getting to the point where you start feeling bad for the dude because he sucks right now.
He does, and the thing is, he knows it.
He knows it, and he's saying, I don't know what happened. I felt great today. I thought there's an uptick on my fastball. It's like, nah, dude, you left like an 88-mile-an-hour letter-high fastball that was blasted to smithereens that the Chicago White Sox hitters would have a field day on. But it gets to a point, this guy is realizing that his career is, like, ending.
Yeah, toast.
Yeah.
It's not like he went into the offseason and he's like, man, my arm just doesn't feel good anymore. Like, I think I'm done. No, he's
getting faced with it.
He's playing through his career coming to an end. At least we think. Unless he figures out how to pitch with his new... Like, I remember saying this about Jake Arrieta. If Jake Arrieta learned how to hit corners because he lost like 4 or 5 miles an hour on his fastball, he probably still could have been a good pitcher because of the movement that he had, but he never learned it. He just threw things over the middle of the plate, and they got blasted.
And if the queen had a royal scepter, she'd be a king.
Well, some guys learn how to pitch, some guys don't. And I doubt Taijuan Walker will ever learn how to pitch with his ability because he's been doing it one way his entire life.
But you've got great sympathy for him. And you know what's great is, too, though, is the Philly. There's so many members in the Philly media, even, and in the fan base, with the stupid tweet over and over again of, do we need to remind people that Taijuan Walker will not be pitching in the postseason? So why is everybody overreacting to this? They're tied today. They're tied. Well, they got the edge on the tiebreaker for the best record in baseball. They want to have the bye week. They would have locked up the bye week 3, 4, or 5 days ago if they had just found a way to get a reasonable pitcher at the back end of this rotation. A journeyman that could have given them 4 or 5 innings of 3 runs.
A chance to win, yeah.
This guy doesn't give him a chance to win, and they keep trotting him out there because he's due $36 million the next 2 years, and that's exactly why they're doing it.
Yeah.
And it was Rob Thompson who made the decision to put him back into the rotation this week and not do let him come in. The last 2 times he went out as a reliever.
It still wasn't great. But
Nobody came out. Nobody had scoreless innings. He had 2 or 3 scoreless innings.
I thought he gave up a bomb like 2 appearances ago.
He had 3 scoreless innings, and then he got knocked in the 4th inning of the relief.
His previous outing, maybe this is why he got the start. This could honestly be the reason why. The last outing he had was against the same team, the Mets, and he went 3 shutout innings.
And he did, and the one before that, remember, they kept him in too long.
Yeah.
They kept him in, like he had scoreless innings.
No,
then
it was
all
only
of a sudden,
2 innings against the Marlins.
And then they put him in the 3rd inning, and he got blown out of the water. The 3rd inning when they kept him in.
Okay, well, I'm not starting a guy that you can only get 2 innings out of. You got to have somebody.
That's Rob Thompson.
Yeah.
And that is Rob Thompson.
I'm sorry. I don't feel bad for Taijuan Walker.
I don't either.
I don't. And I'm normally a person who's more compassionate than that with athletes. You know where I normally stand, especially with the Phillies. Here's the issue. This guy comes in here. He gets a big-time paycheck. All right, and I'm not athletes get paid, get over it, you can't have emotions, but you're getting paid $18 million to be this bad. So sob into your millions.
And
on
John
top of
said that during the break, too. The money that's coming, and I get it, the money that's coming.
No, it's more than that. Last year, he was complaining after the season ended on social media about not getting opportunities in the postseason. So if you're going to complain about the chances you don't get and you're making all this money, I don't feel sympathy for you when you don't get the job done.
That is absolutely why I have no sympathy.
Yeah.
That's why I have no sympathy.
That's fair. All right, what do we got on the text line there, Connor? You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. Who do you need to see Sunday have a pulse or a good game for you to have faith in them again moving forward, and this entire team? Because there are people that text us wanting us to move on, and I do think that part of it is because they lost and they want to move on from the negative and focus on positives. So to win, everybody's back in the good graces, right? Everybody's feeling good again. If they lose, though, we start having conversations about Nick Sirianni and last year and all this kind of stuff, and I want to avoid that as much as possible, which is why I'm asking the question, who needs to have a good game this weekend for you to say, all right, the things that we were worried about after 2 weeks, those can get washed away, or maybe I'm not as worried about them moving forward.
I can't wait to hear what Andrew Pacheco has to say for his 8 o'clock hour with us.
Yeah,
because he's been listening all week. And he's laying in the weeds to knock us like a Zach Thomas hit across the middle.
Another Zach Thomas reference.
Vaughn.
He's
Wow.
ready to knock us out because he's taking notes. He's a very calculating mind.
He
I
is.
can't wait to hear what he thinks we're overreacting to and underreacting.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. Well, we've got no name on this text, but they say the player that they need to see have a game on Sunday is Jalen Carter. He could send shockwaves for our entire pass rush if he has a big game. But the other person, if there's no pass rush early from the players out there, Vic Fangio has to change something to create pressure, try and throw in some blitz or some type of stunt that can get guys to the quarterback.
See, I find this interesting. Everybody except Connor has gone with something related to the defense. I've said the entire pass rush.
Yes.
Or no, sorry, not the entire. I need one person out of the four to have a game. You said Jordan Davis specifically.
Jordan Davis is the one because he's the one I'm most disappointed in.
Right. That texter said Jalen Carter, but if not Jalen Carter, Vic Fangio. We've had a couple of Vic Fangio texts. I haven't heard anybody except for you, Connor, mention offense, and you said Jahan Dotson.
You want to know why? Because my expectation with this team always coming into the season was the offense is going to have to drag the defense where they want to go.
And
Right.
you did say that.
And the defense has been pretty darn good compared to my expectations.
But that's why I find it interesting. The defense actually played well last week, except for the final drive. The defense as a whole, in terms of points, played well. The pass rush was horrible. The rushing defense was horrible. But in terms of points allowed, they were good until that final drive. The Eagles' offense had good moments and not so great moments. I mean,
Yeah.
but then again, nobody's going to say Saquon Barkley because he's already tremendous. Dallas Goedert would be a good answer. We haven't talked about him much today. You brought him up. Dallas Goedert would be a good answer.
Dallas Goedert to me was missing in action.
Honestly, dude, Goddard before Dotson.
Dude, he's turning into Tobias Harris light. I don't even want to put any expectation on it.
Okay, that's fair. And you know what, Connor? I think that's fair. You just want to be surprised.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'm
I just want
not
to be
going to expect
surprised.
it. If you do it, great.
All I know is this. I'll say 3 words. No new contract.
Well, yeah.
No new contract.
I remember a lot of people had them drafting a tight end.
I draft a tight end tomorrow.
All right, coming up next, Andrew DeCecco begins the 8 o'clock hour with us for the entire hour. But before that, your chance to win $1,000 in our Kelly Green Cash Contest. So we'll give you the keyword to start the hour, and then Andrew DeCecco joins us for a fun-filled Football Friday. How about that? A lot of Fs. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatics.
Fanatics, chance to win $1,000. Hey, Joe, can you give me some? 97.5 The Fanatics, Kelly Green Cash, your chance to win $1,000. The keyword is all right. ALRIGHT. You have 15 minutes. You can enter it 3 different ways. 975thefanatic.com, via the Fanatic app, or via text to this special code 45911. Again, the word all right. One random entry will win $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. Complete rules at 975thefanatic.com. And it's all presented by Rand Spear, the accident lawyer.
This is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 8:01 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Screw it. What's the breaking news, Connor?
Now, breaking sports news from 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Man, Woj just leaves yesterday, and we get a shams bomb on the big man. Joel Embiid says he's signing a contract extension with the Sixers. The one-time NBA MVP will sign a 3-year, $193 million maximum extension. So Embiid now 5 years and $301 million on his 76ers deal, one of the 3 richest totals in NBA history.
In the history of the NBA. Now, obviously, numbers keep on going up and up and up. Like Jaylen Brown's still number 1, I'm pretty sure, in terms of the richest contract of all time. I'm not surprised. Like, they're trying. He's now, what, 5 years total? 5 years of Paul George. Or 4 years. 4 years? Was Paul George a 4-year deal? 4 years of Paul George, 5 years of Tyrese Maxey. This is your core for the next 5 years. I know it's aged and injury-riddled, but this is your core for the next 5 years. And if everybody stays healthy and no wheels fall off, it's still a dominant basketball
I think
team.
Kincaid's going to pop some champagne for this one.
No, he's already making faces. What were you going to do? What else were you going to do? What else were you going to do?
There's nothing you had to do. You didn't have to do this. So I'm not going to look, this is a debate for another day. This is not something that was necessary to be done. 2 more years, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's it. That's all I'm going to say.
Now it's 5 more years, Johnny.
Now it's 5 more years. That'll be good.
It's 5 more years of Joel Embiid, one of the best players in the NBA, if he can stay healthy.
Okay. You ever hear the expression, looks good coming, not good going? This contract will be that. That's my call.
Maybe the final year. He's 30 years old. It's not like he looks bad.
No, it's not. Look,
the injuries keep on
Look,
happening.
how about this? Congratulations to Joel Embiid.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
That is what you work for, and he's worked hard for it. And
I mean, he's an Olympic gold medalist, John.
Oh, will you stop with that nonsense?
Oh, man.
For God's sakes.
He's an Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah, stop it.
Look, it's like you said. Did they need to do it right now? No, they didn't need to do it right now. It's been reported for a while that it was going to happen at some point, so I'm not surprised that the news comes out today, whether it was last week, next week, today, it was going to happen at some point. Bottom line is, to your point, congratulations, Joel Embiid.
Yes, congratulations to Joel Embiid. And by the way, he did earn this.
Yes, he did. And if he stays healthy, then it's all worth it. And if he doesn't,
that's the biggest if you've ever uttered.
It's a major if. But I don't think there was any other avenue. But I will say this:
there was another avenue. You didn't have to
you
do
didn't
it.
have to do it.
That's the biggest avenue. It's like a gigantic roadway. It's like 95. It's like 202.
Now, here's the biggest thing.
My gosh.
I celebrate the contract because you know how I feel about the big man.
I know. You absolutely.
And you know I was never going to trade him. Never. Joel Embiid is going to be a Sixer in my perfect world until the day he retires from the NBA.
What are we celebrating at the end of it?
Well, I hope a championship. Right? We don't know until it happens.
I just like a conference finals.
Yes, that would be nice. All right. There are people that I'm sure are livid right now. And I know it's a football Friday, and our man Andrew Checo's joining us for the entire hour, and we're going to talk Eagles Saints all day. But if you want to react to the Joel Embiid extension, because I know there are people that have been wanting him traded for years now. Like, it's not like this happened last year. This conversation has been going on for a couple of years now that people wanted to blow it up. You can't win with the big man. Joel Embiid's never going to win anything. The injury concerns, blah, blah, blah. And I can't, and John, we've had this conversation. I can't refute that. There are people I
think your premise is false. I believe the lunatic fringe has wanted him traded. I don't believe the vast
Okay.
majority of Sixer fans have ever said trade him.
But I do believe it's more than lunatic fringe of people questioning if he's ever going to win.
No, they should question
And
it.
I don't blame anybody for questioning it.
Right, they should.
And I've come to terms with that over the last. I've matured. I've grown up as a man, and maybe it's being a father. Maybe I've learned more about life. That people can question things, and I can't say, you know what, you're crazy for even questioning it. Joel Embiid is the best player on this team. He's the best player in the NBA, arguably with him and Nikola Jokic. But everybody that's had concerns about locking him up long term, you have every right to your concern. To me, though, I will celebrate this because I do believe the best chance of winning is with Joel Embiid now, next year, and the year after that.
3 years from now, 4 years from now, 5 years from now.
And what have you wanted, John? Continuity.
Oh, no, I've absolutely wanted that.
This contract sets up continuity with him and Paul George and Tyrese Maxey.
Gotcha. So, congratulations to Joel Embiid.
It seems like you don't like it.
No, I'm just not. It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary right now. There was no need to do it. So
If they didn't do it now, they'd do it next year. So why not get it done now?
Maybe they wouldn't have. Maybe they would look at things and go, maybe let's wait and see.
With Tyrese Maxey and Paul George, and then they got to blow.
wait and
then they
see.
got to blow it up.
Let's wait and see how it goes. Look, at some point, if this team doesn't get its backside out of the first round,
Yes.
let alone the second round, the blow it up's happening. And but people are going to want to kick the can. It's going to happen. If you don't get out of the first round again,
They just signed him. They're not blowing it up. They just signed him to a 5-year deal.
I understand, and it might end up looking really dumb. Look, I know where you feel on this. You love it.
No, I know, but if they do fall in the first round, they're not blowing it up because they just started.
And I'm going to be thrilled by that too.
All right, it is. You want to do headlines? What do we got?
Wipe it, Embiid.
All right.
Let's get to Mr.
I'm sorry.
DeCecco. He's
Andrew, good
significantly
morning.
more
What's
important.
going
up,
on, man?
Andrew?
What is going on, guys, on this football Friday? Good to be with you.
Yeah, it's a football Friday. You know, the Sixers, you know what the Sixers did? They played at Howie Roseman. Oh, we're not in the news?
They try to upstage
We're
us.
not
I think the majority of fans in the city are going, I'm worried about the Eagles game on Sunday.
Probably.
I don't think they're worried about Embiid getting a
But you know that's what
contract.
Howie does. If
I
the
know.
Sixers are being talked about or the
Sure.
Phillies are being talked about, what minute move can I make to get us back onto the radio stations? All right, Andrew. So we've had a lot of people texting in that they want us to move on. They're tired of talking about last week. Even though I'm trying to use what happened last week, that can't happen Sunday because if those things continue, like a lack of a pass rush, they might very well lose this football game again because Derek Carr and the Saints, do I believe they're a 40-point-a-week juggernaut? No, I don't. I think they're going to come back down to earth at some point. I still don't know if they're the favorites to win that division. I think that's going to be a tight one as the season continues. Bottom line is they've played very well the first 2 weeks. They haven't been figured out yet. And the Eagles' pass rush, they got nothing. So, to close the book on last week, you know, you and I, we already had to check in on Tuesday morning. Clearly, things need to get better. What are some of the things that you have seen through the first 2 weeks that absolutely cannot happen this Sunday?
For me, it's the poorest run defense. I mean, Alvin Kamara scored 4 touchdowns last week, guys, and he is so effective in the open field. And by the way, they have a pretty good complementary running back in Jamal Williams as well. So if they're not able to tackle, and they're not, that's another element. If they're not able to tackle and they're not able to shore up things against the run, it's going to be a long day for the Eagles. Derek Carr hasn't had to do much. Because they've been so effective running the football. So if the Eagles aren't able to clean up that area, they're going to have a hard time getting on the field and making anything happen.
I would ask you this. You've heard us all week long, and I know what kind of a calculating mind you have. There's things you've heard of critique that maybe you think are a little over the top, and there's probably some things that you think that we are maybe missing or not concentrating on hard enough. I am so disappointed in Jordan Davis, in what I've seen, and I can't decipher film the way you do. What do you feel about Jordan Davis?
Jordan Davis is arguably the Eagles' most important player defensively this week, guys, when you look at the magnitude of what's going to be asked of him to stop Alvin Kamara. But I haven't seen a ton of good from him, John, to answer your question. Sometimes, and Jordan even mentioned this in the summer, when he starts to play a little bit high, when his pad level gets high, it makes it very easy for linemen to kind of get under his pads and move him aside and turn him sideways. And to me, that's what's happening now. It's a collective effort because Jalen Carter is getting double-teamed. And when you're doing so, last year they had Fletcher Cox who was able to reap the benefits, but you don't have that Robin, that extra player that's able to capitalize on single blocks, and that Jordan Davis needs to be that guy, and he has not.
And if he doesn't, I guess the question is what's next. So, Connor, you can be my witness. There was a day when John was out. Remember, we only do the good stuff.
You saved the good content for that week?
When you're out. I had a crisis.
You're having one this morning, too.
What's my? Well, yeah, because I think they're going to lose this weekend. Connor, can you remind the people what my crisis was when John was out? If you remember, I don't know how much you listened.
I'm trying to remember.
You didn't listen to the show that much.
Is it Jordan Davis related?
No.
Well,
Well,
he was pulling a Bill Colarulo with Mike.
it
He
was
has a lot of crises.
It was depth related.
Oh, okay.
And how top heavy this team was.
Yes.
And most teams are like that. I get it. There's usually a number 3 wide receiver is not the number 1 for another team. With that pass rush, with all due respect to Thomas Booker, who played well,
He did.
I can't rely on Thomas Booker or Brandon Graham or Moro Ojomo and Milton Williams.
Jalix Hunt?
Jalix Hunt, who doesn't even, he dressed last week but didn't dress week 1.
And he's still a ways away from being able to contribute as a pass rusher.
If these front 4, the starting 4 of Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter in the middle, and then your outsides of Josh Sweat and Bryce Huff, if they don't get their stuff together, there's no solution after that.
And you and I have had this discussion that was our biggest area of concern when you look at the defense. It wasn't the linebackers, it was the pass rush because of the lack of depth, because of the question marks with Bryce Huff, and Josh Sweat playing 828 snaps last year clearly looked like he was gassed. So to me, that is a big concern. And for Vic Fangio's defense to work, it's bend but don't break. But eventually you're going to bend until you break, because if you're not able to get home, quarterbacks are able to really attack the middle of the field with a pretty high level of efficiency.
No, hang on. I have a philosophical question about that, because this is something I've been trying to figure out about
Philosopher Connor
Salciunas over there. If you pick something preseason that you think this is going to be a major problem, and then it proves to be a major problem, does that make you less worried about it because you evaluated the team correctly, or more worried because that was your biggest fear?
No, but sometimes it's even worse than I expected. Zero pressure.
I understand
exactly.
it's worse.
I could say
It's far worse than we expected.
But shouldn't the weak spot of the team be the weak spot of the team?
Yeah, but if it's even worse to the point where you might lose football games,
Then another part's got to be better.
And by the way,
and they tried to address it in a big way.
Yeah,
and
they paid a guy, and I said to Connor, this problem is not necessarily just for this year. You now have to, and I know where you're going to go with this, John. I believe you have to, if this continues to struggle, draft an edge rusher in the first round. You've talked about it correctly. You need to start thinking about the replacement of Lane Johnson at some point. So I believe if Jannard Avery, because Jimmy Kempski's in my freaking brain now, if Bryce Huff is Jannard Avery for 2 more years at $17 million a clip, you have to draft a defensive end in the first round. So you're now already setting up a precedence for your draft because of how bad this is.
Absolutely, and Josh Sweat's on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot of Brandon Graham's, this is his final go-round. They're going to have to address it. I thought even this year you could have made a case for that Latu, the pass rusher from UCLA, would have made a lot of sense. The Eagles liked him. But they're going to have to do some wholesale changes there at that position, especially, we haven't even talked about him, but Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith is missing in action.
2023 first-round pick, and you haven't gotten anything from him. That's a player. We talk about Bryce Huff a lot, but Nolan Smith really needs to step up as well if that pass rush is to reach expectations.
Like sometimes you can have concerns and it'd be even worse.
Is it too early to sound the alarms? As Andrew said, if it's a bad effort on Sunday, he's sounding the alarms. Is it too early to sound the alarms?
From the front, yeah.
Is it too early to sound the alarms on the Georgia Bulldogs experiment as a whole?
Well, it's different. So Jordan Davis, I think
having he's going to be better
having
than he's
3
been.
years really to assess, I think that's fair to have some concerns. Nolan Smith, look, guys, I would be a hypocrite if I told you, write him off already, because I have been such a proponent in giving young players the opportunity to grow and develop and work through growing pains, because I'm a big believer that different players progress at different rates. So you can't put a timetable on a certain player. But I will say this. What we've seen from Nolan Smith thus far, John, has been very underwhelming. He has to get it together, but I'm still not there yet. I still want to see it. Give it another couple of weeks before you really start to sound the alarm.
Is physically anything going to change with him, though? He's getting physically manhandled, right?
He hasn't played a lot of football. He played 16% of the snaps last year. And we talked about this last week. He's very athletic, and he's been able to win purely based on athleticism, and he needs to be able to become more advanced with his hand usage, and I think that's going to come with reps. He doesn't win a lot of his reps, but I think in doing so, you kind of have to figure out what works for you and what doesn't, and having Vic Fangio there should quell any concerns that a lot of folks have because he's done it and seen it before.
But how do you fix it? Like, I know that's a hard question because I think if you could know how to fix it would be
I'd be a
fixed by
defensive
now,
line
right?
coach.
Yeah, you would be. Like, so what? You bring extra pressure. You bring Nakobe Dean every single play. Like, you can't just blitz every single play because then defenses will pick you apart that way.
Right. So I was surprised that they were as heavy four-man fronts as they were on Monday night, Andrew.
Yeah.
I thought that they were going to do some fives, but if you're not able to generate pressure from your edge rushers in the traditional sense, to me, you have linebackers, Zach Bond, Nakobe Dean, and Devin White is also a really good blitzer. You might have to attack them up the middle and send them.
Is he dressed this weekend?
I have a weird feeling that he might, just given
I feel like he has to.
Just given his skill set. I think that you have to your personnel is your personnel, but when you have a player like that who does have that athleticism and that pass rush acumen, you have to try. You have to try to shake something
up. As you have said, because you're there every single day, he still has the athletic ability. Like,
yes.
It's not like Shaq Leonard last year, who
couldn't play.
Looks slow.
Why do you believe he hasn't hit the field?
To be able to be a linebacker in Vic Fangio's system, there's a lot of responsibilities that's placed on their shoulders, and you have to be able to execute it at a high level. He has to trust you out there. You have to be a really good communicator. You have to be detailed. That hasn't been hallmarks of Devin White in his career. So to me, you see some good plays, you see some flashes, but you didn't see the consistency down to down. There were other plays where he seemed like he was confused or a little confounded. The play went a different way. Whereas Zach Bond, Nakobe Dean, they're both very cerebral players, I would say. I think that's fair to say. Jeremiah Trotter Jr., another smart player. Those are players that you saw really pick things up quickly throughout camp versus Devin White, who was just a pure athlete at the position.
So if the pass rush doesn't get better, and I'm under the impression that it's not going to. We did see a defense that only allowed 15 points for 58 minutes. Like, people are saying that the defense was bad overall. It wasn't. The secondary was good. Can they survive? I keep on asking, can they get better? Can they do this? Can they do that? Can they survive with a lack of a pass rush? Because it looked like they did for 58 minutes.
Depending on the quarterback and the offense, I know that that's sort of a cop-out answer, but I think the secondary, the Eagles have done a really good job.
I agree.
In getting a nice blend of experience and youthful talent there. And Quinyon Mitchell has been tremendous through 2 games. I think he's probably even further ahead than even the Eagles could have envisioned.
Oh, yeah.
But eventually, with so many moving parts and so many young pieces on the secondary, if you're not able to get home, you're putting an inordinate amount of pressure on them, and I don't know that that's sustainable. But a lot of it comes if you're not getting if your edge rushers aren't getting home, then you certainly need to get something from Jalen Carter and your interior rushers, at least to get quarterbacks off their spot. So I do think that yes, you can find ways to navigate around it, but you can't have the defensive line and your edge rushers coming up empty.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, the first 50 listeners that donate $20 or more today to the AACR's John Kincade Scholarship Fund are going to get a FanFest 4-pack. Donate today at aacr.org/fanatic. You can rub elbows with Andrew DiCecco at his first FanFest.
Oh, how about
next
that?
Saturday. I can't wait for this. You're going to be so shocked how many deep conversations you have. It is a blast.
It's an absolute blast. And it was announced yesterday Andre Drummond will be there, and we still got more stuff to give to you as we get closer and closer to FanFest. Coming up next, we continue the discussion about the defense, but we've talked so much about the defense and the Sirianni decision earlier this week. I want to ask you about Jalen Hurts. And I said this earlier. I don't think we talked about the good enough this week. I also don't think we've talked about the interception enough this week. So we'll run that by you coming up next. And if you have a reaction to the Joel Embiid historic contract, feel free. 610-632-0975. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports.
on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on a football Friday with a game on Sunday, which means we're joined by Andrew DeCecco for the entire hour. Always love chopping up with Andrew, getting ready for the big games every single week, and this is a big one. I want to ask you, Andrew, you're feeling the situation. You're there every day. You're in the locker room. You're talking to players. You're talking to coaches. And we asked a few people this question yesterday, so I'm curious to get your answer on it. Win-loss aside, that's been my the beginning of this question every time. Win-loss aside, how important is this game for multiple people? Sirianni, confidence of him as the head coach, Jalen Hurts, quarterback, defense, pass rush, all that kind of stuff. How important is this game where it could swing a pendulum in one way or the other?
You're 100% right, Andrew. This is a very important game. It's a measuring stick game, I would say, because you're facing a formidable opponent, at least on paper, and you're kind of reeling a little bit coming off that loss. So this is a really critical moment. Yes, it's just week 3, but it doesn't really get any easier. You have to play another NFC South team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which that place hasn't been too kind to you, Raymond James Stadium either.
No.
So you got to take care of business, and their position right now, with this offense, they should be able to put up 28 points, even without A.J. Brown. Defensively, you have to start to establish an identity, and I think this is a really good spot for Vic Fangio to really test that out.
Let me ask you again, and we talked about it off the air, but I did not get your answer. How can the loss of A.J. Brown make this offense look so pedestrian like it did Monday night against a Falcons team that has a middle-of-the-road defense? Not bad, not great, middle of the road.
A.J. special, man. He commands two players sometimes. They have to account for where he is at all times. Whenever you throw a slant in his direction, his strength and his ability to separate is almost an automatic pitch and catch, and he can run after it. I just think that he can affect you so many different ways. He's also a good red zone presence. Teams are always worried about where he is, and the Eagles do not look like the same team, obviously, without someone like that. He's one of the best receivers in football, special player.
But to your point, you still think they should be able to score 28 points.
Yeah. Devontae Smith's pretty good, too.
Right?
Yeah, Devontae's pretty good. Goddard's good.
I said that on Monday, that I still thought the offense should have a good showing. Now, I do believe, and I apologized earlier in the show, I do believe I didn't take into account enough the late nature of the injury, right? That it happened so late in the week. Man, they've had a full week to game plan with probably the impression that he's not playing. That would be my guess.
They know he's not playing. He told Monday night that he wasn't playing.
I'm expecting, but it better look better. Even though the offense was not necessarily a problem on Monday night, it needs to look better on Sunday.
Absolutely. For example, Dallas Goedert, I believe, will have a bigger role. And I feel like we say that every week about Dallas Goedert, Andrew. But now you have a full week to really prepare for it, get him implemented in the game plan. You also don't want to have another week where maybe he has very few targets, and then you worry about, is he going to get frustrated?
Right. Can I ask you something?
Sure.
I said this on Tuesday. John went back and watched the All-22 and saw it happen a couple times. I only saw it once where I wrote down in my little Temple Communications notepad.
I have one of them, too, by the way. I found it in the closet yesterday.
I was like, whoa.
I got to get one.
Whoa, what is this? There was a play. The Eagles were going left to right, bottom of the screen from the TV angle. There's a route to Britton Covey. I watched Dallas Goedert walk as if they were doing 7-on-7, walk through, hey, we're running this play to Britton Covey. Everybody else take it 40%. Britton and whoever's guarding you, joint practice, you guys take it 100%. I saw him walk through it. Now, I don't know what the play call was. Maybe it was a hot read, Britton Covey, this is the play. John said he saw it a couple more times.
I saw it a couple more times in the All-22. And I am not a person who says, man, I broke down the tape and looked at it. I saw a couple times where it looked like there was a burst, and then it was
frustration.
I think about last year. Remember last year they had that argument on the sideline? Well, I don't know what it was, but Hurts and Goddard had a conversation.
You consider arms at the side when a guy is supposed to be out in a pattern or whatever, when the arms drop?
Yeah, that's not great. And to the point that I was making, I think that if you're not able to get him involved again, then you worry about potential frustration creeping in for Dallas Goedert. Because
I think you already saw it.
Everything is setting up for him to have a big game. There's no reason the Eagles should go into this game not trying to get the ball to Dallas Goedert at least 7 times. He should have 6 or 7 targets, without any questions. And then I think you can have another 4 for Jahan Dotson. The Eagles have to do a better job of getting other players involved without having to rely on Devontae Smith. And to your point about Kellen Moore, he needs to do a better job of scheming players open. All the Britton Covey plays, and he had 6 catches, they were all of the horizontal variety. They weren't getting him out in space. They weren't allowing him to take advantage of his, short area quickness, his spatial awareness as a punt returner. So I just thought that a lot of that was questionable.
I just look at like a Jahan Dotson. I look at how many veterans that Howie Roseman has went out and grabbed off, whether it's waiver wire or trades or whatever.
Julio Jones from the old person's home last year.
Can we find that the vast majority of them have been failures? I mean, when Howie brings in a name,
right,
a veteran, like
Robert
we grabbed this guy, and they end up being nothing. Like, to me,
Golden Tate, remember that was amazing. That guy did nothing and then scores the biggest touchdown against the Bears.
Jahan Dotson on Monday night. What the hell was that?
1 catch.
Like, what was it? And he didn't even look like – it did not look – and again, this is why I'm glad to have Andrew part of the show, because he really does. You've got a great eye for this. It didn't even look like he was a strategic part of the game plan.
No, and he's been here a month now. He arrived on August 22nd, I believe, and so – there's no excuses there for him trying to get up to speed. If nothing else, you should be running clear out routes and at least give defenses the notion that you're going to try them deep. But for me, I didn't think he uncovered that well in that game. I watched the game a couple different times, and if Jalen doesn't have that chemistry down with you, if he doesn't have that rapport, he doesn't seem to want to be. He's not apt to look in that direction, which is why you saw Britton Covey get a flurry of targets. But I think for me. And I said this when the trade came through, you always have to ask yourself, why was he available?
Right.
And it always looks like, how he fleeced this team. Well, I mean, on paper it looked great, but you have to ask yourself, why did Adam Peters, who is a good GM, he's from John Lynch over at San Francisco, right? Why did he trade him into the division? I mean, I think that he's not the special player that a lot of folks thought when they got him. He's a good player and an upgrade at that position, to be clear, but not a game changer.
All right, so you mentioned Hurts, and if he doesn't have that same comfortable nature, he might not look your way. I said this earlier. I don't think we talked about his good game enough this week. I also don't think we talked about the interception enough. So both the good and the bad. Would love your evaluation on how Jalen Hurts played. And I do want to talk a little bit more about the interception because it was bad. Like it didn't lose. It wasn't the reason why they lost.
I saw your eyebrow.
The final nail.
Yeah, but I saw his eyebrows go up when we talked about it earlier.
All right. So what was your evaluation on Hurts, his entire game, and then we'll talk about the pick?
Well, I thought it was uneven, but more good than bad. He bailed out of the pocket a little bit prematurely, but I thought he made critical plays in that game. He took it upon himself when things maybe weren't going well offensively. There were some, continuity issues. Obviously, when you have to scrap the game plan and AJ's not available, Jalen scrapped all that, and he found a way to make plays happen. 85 yards on 13 carries.
Yeah.
Some really tough runs, some gutty stuff. But at the end of that game, that interception, I mean, if you need 50 yards on that play, okay, go for it. But you don't need that much to get you in position for Jake Elliott to be able to launch a field goal.
10 seconds left. Like there was still
it wasn't good. And you had
the situational awareness on that play was a little confounding to me. I think you saw a lot of hero ball elements that sort of surfaced again from week one. And I don't that play was unnecessary.
From week one?
Yes.
From 2023.
I mean, it's been the number one knock.
From 2023, honestly.
The hero ball stuff. It's not a Nike commercial.
You got to take what the defense is giving you. And that sounds simple enough, but you still had a chance to win that game. And I thought going for the jugular there wasn't the way to go.
So can that be one of my biggest issues with last year was I do believe he wasn't being coached well enough to not make those mistakes. I think back to the Carson Wentz, John DeFilippo. They hated each other. But clearly DeFilippo was able to
he coached them hard.
Coach him hard and made him go into the right, make the right decisions. I do believe the relationship with Brian Johnson probably hampered some things. The clearly bad relationship with Nick Sirianni messed some stuff up. Do you think Kellen Moore can coach him into not making those mistakes? It's only been 2 games with the two of them. Can that get coached out of him a little bit, or is that who he is? I don't remember him doing it in 2022.
Right. No, he didn't do it in his previous, parts of his career. He's been good with it.
I think he can be coached out of it, Andrew, and part of that is me thinking that Kellen Moore, being a former quarterback, can kind of say, hey, listen, man, when you're seeing this, try this, or, just try to show it to him, give him a different perspective, paint a different picture for him that maybe Brian Johnson wasn't able to do, or maybe like you saw John DeFilippo. I think Jalen needs to be coached hard, and he's been very vocal in that I want to be coached hard. And he has a good quarterbacks coach in Doug Nussmeier. So I think the combination of Kellen and Doug will be able to see, they're going to be able to, through 2 weeks, have a clear picture of where his shortcomings are and where his strengths are, and say, okay, these are the things we're seeing. This is what you need to do to prevent that.
All right, coming up next, if you have a question for Andrew, who joins us for another segment, if you have a question for him, whether it's something off of last week or leading up into this game, we still got to get into some matchup conversations with you. Eagles Saints Sunday. What questions do you have for Andrew? Feel free to text them in or call them in 610-632-0975, and we'll run them by him. Coming up next, it is Kincade and Salciunas. Don't forget, we still have a busy 9 o'clock hour ahead as well. We got our picks. We speak with Mike Detillier from New Orleans to talk about the Saints and a whole lot more. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Football Friday, 97.5 The Fanatic. 97.5 The Fanatic on this Football Friday. Still to come, Mike Detillier from New Orleans. What's the radio station? I want to give proper credit.
WWL.
WWL.
A powerhouse, an absolute powerhouse of sports talk radio in the.
So he's the U of New Orleans.
He is the
He's the John Kincade New Orleans.
Did you like the Adam Sandler movies?
Yes.
His best radio compadre is Bobby Hebert.
Ah, Bobby Hebert, yeah.
And Bobby used to be one of my neighbors.
Oh, okay.
In Atlanta. Great dude.
I've had him on the station
He's the
a couple
best.
times.
Bobby's the best.
So Mike's going to be joining us at 9:05 to give us an in-depth look at the Saints. And one of the questions I'm going to ask him, I want to ask you right now, Andrew, because Andrew Ducheco's here with us until 9 o'clock. I'm curious to get his answer on it from New Orleans. I'm curious to get your answer on it from the outside. I thought the Saints would win the division last year. It was one of the most painful seasons to watch because I still thought that they had talent, but they wouldn't win. Like, it was weird. It was a weird team that I would watch and I go, all right, there's the team that I thought they'd be. And then they would lose, and I go, what is wrong with this team? What's different with the Saints this year through 2 games? And I get it. The Panthers week 1, and who knows, the Cowboys could be a mess at times. But what's been the difference through 2 weeks this year, the biggest difference for the Saints compared to last year where they have a lot of the same parts, except like Michael Thomas isn't there anymore? Like, what's really changed in New Orleans?
It's the level of their offensive line play. It's among the best in the NFL through 2 weeks for what it's worth. Eric McCoy, Cesar Ruiz, Lucas Patrick
I'd like
comes
to
over.
a guy to Camden, Cesar Ruiz.
Yeah, exactly. Lucas Patrick comes over from the Bears. He's had a pretty big impact. Trevor Penning, their right tackle, he didn't have a good year last year, but looks like he's slowly rounding into form. And then they drafted Talise Fuaga out of Oregon State in the first round. He's their left tackle. Mm-hmm. They've been really controlling the line of scrimmage and making life really easy for Derek Carr, who doesn't have to do a whole lot.
Right.
And you're seeing the effect in the running game. So I think, to me, that has been the biggest difference. And I think that is the game within the game, the trench play between Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis versus the interior play of the Saints offensive line.
If C.J. Gardner-Johnson missed the game, disaster?
Well, so here's the conundrum, right? Because Avonte Maddox is the key here. So do you keep him at nickel or do you move him at safety? And then if you're moving him at safety, then you're doing something. You're putting another player in there at nickel. So you have continuity issues
it's
at
not
2
Quinion
spots
at this point, right? Like,
I think he's entrenched in that outside spot
as he should.
If Gardner Johnson doesn't play, and that would be a big loss because of his ability to play and wear multiple hats, play different positions, and take the football away.
Right.
They don't have a ton of that on the back end right now. I would probably consider putting Tristan McCollum at safety and leaving Maddox at nickel because I don't believe that the Eagles feel that Cooper DeJean is ready to undertake a more prominent role on defense. So I think for continuity purposes, always having to make an alteration at one position would probably make the best sense.
All right, Connor, you told me during the break we have a very good question for Andrew Ducheco. What do we got?
I think so, but Andrew can evaluate for himself. This comes from Ryan in Florida, and he asks, should the Eagles experiment with Jalen Carter on the edge? The Chiefs did it with Chris Jones when they had no edge rushers to free him up inside. Or maybe how about Zach Bond playing some edge with Devin White at inside linebacker for situational pressures? Do you see Vic Fangio trying anything like that?
So, Ryan, no for Jalen Carter at the edge. He's a defensive tackle and an effective one. You don't want to think too drastically after 2 games. Now, the Zach Bond one is a little bit interesting because he has 2 sacks already. He was an edge rusher largely with the Saints.
Yeah.
And I think he can kind of give you a spark. I don't know that you want him long-term out there because obviously you have some well-compensated edge rushers, but I think you have to try everything that you can with the personnel that you have, try to find ways to maximize it. And I truly feel that if you want to find a way to get Devin White on the field, well, then you if Zach Bond's rushing the passer from the edge, you get Devin White and Nakobe Dean in the mix there, that would probably be a good solution.
So is this almost an earn-your-paycheck Vic Fangio game for you?
I think so because no one's under more scrutiny than he is going into this game, and the personnel is what it is, as you know, and you have to find a way to maximize it. So he may have to get creative.
All right, we got another text there, Connor.
We do. Quinn wants to know, with the Saints defense having multiple veteran players at many different levels, how would you suggest we attack them to beat them and keep our defense off the field as much as possible?
Great question because the Saints are pretty strong front to back defensively, but to me, and I mentioned this on the Birds Insider Show, I think in the middle of the field, the teeth of their defense, and that screams Dallas Goedert to me. Dallas Goedert needs to have an impact in this game if the Eagles are to win. And as I said, I don't think he should have anything fewer than 6 or 7 targets in this matchup.
I feel less positive. Now, the thing is, though, the information's
He listens
great.
to the football guy, Andrew DeCecco, but not me.
No, it shows the respect I have for Andrew DeCecco.
Well, not for me.
You should have respect for my man Chunas, too.
Got to work with him all day long.
Everybody respect everybody.
X's and O's, dude, you bring some great stuff.
Andrew,
Great
you're the
stuff.
man. In this
Appreciate you
hour,
guys.
we were just saying it during the break, this hour flies by with you, so we appreciate you making our lives a hell of a lot
Joined you on the
easier.
pregame show on Sunday, right?
I will. That's why I'm not asking for a prediction, because it's not game day.
That's
We
right.
still got 2 more days to think this thing over.
That's right.
We appreciate it, man. Keep up the great work, and we'll be bugging you on Monday for your to
At
check
8:10,
in at
right?
8:10. We can't wait for it. All right, 9 o'clock hour still ahead. Mike Detillier from New Orleans joins us to give us an inside look on the Saints with the Eagles battle on Sunday. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Dates.
97.5 The Fanatic on this Football Friday. Eagles Saints on Sunday. We'll speak with Mike Detillier from down in New Orleans. WWL?
Yes, he is an absolute legend. And by the way, he's a draft guru, too.
Okay.
So I want to ask him about, he has his own draft guide, and it's fantastic.
Okay.
And I want to ask him about, what did he think about these Birds players coming out?
Especially these Georgia kids.
And
yeah.
is he shocked?
Who need to step up? The Georgia kids need to step up. Nolan Smith needs to play football. Period.
Look, the training wheels are off. Jordan Davis is the biggest one of all.
Yeah.
The training wheels are off. Do something.
Yeah, he's in year 3, man.
I mean, seriously.
Look, you got to start talking about next contract.
No.
Okay?
We don't.
No, you don't, but I'm saying,
I'm telling you.
You know.
The truth. It's the truth.
So, yeah, Mike's going to be joining us at 9:05. Again, thanks to Andrew DeCecco for joining us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. He will join us on our pregame show, Connor. We're going to be handling our pregame duties here, right? One Bala Plaza on Sunday?
Yep.
All right, so we'll be here, One Bala Plaza, for our pregame show starting at 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock? 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock leading up to Eagles Saints. And by the way, coming up at 2:20, Joe Buck is going to be joining Ricky Batalico and Andrew DeCecco. Andrew's doing double duty.
That's awesome.
Andrew's going to be on the best show ever today because Tyrone will be in New Orleans.
With Philly Sports Trips,
Philly Sports Trips. So we're going to be here Sunday at One Bala Plaza for the pregame show, and Tyrone's going to be in New Orleans. Maybe we'll check in with Tyrone.
I bet you will.
As he'll be in New Orleans while we're here at One Bala Plaza. All right, coming up.
Get the breathalyzer, though. Make sure he's okay.
Yeah, that's right. You're right.
Because it's going to be so much fun.
Check that one out.
What a great time it's going to be, and hopefully it's a great time.
All right, so after we speak with Mike, I'm going to put on football conversation on hold for a few minutes after we're done talking to Mike. And it has nothing to do with the Joel Embiid contract. However, if you do want to react to the Joel Embiid contract, feel free to text in, call in 610-632-0975. 2 baseball things that we have to get into. One, we have to talk about Shohei Ohtani. We didn't do headlines today because the Embiid contract broke right before headlines, and we were going to
That really was
spoiler,
headlines.
we were going to talk about the Shohei Ohtani 50-50 club. So we'll talk a little bit more in depth about that coming up because it is historic.
No, it was crazy. A 10-run batted in night?
10 runs, dude.
That's crazy.
He put up more.
And by the way, the bombs were...
They were bursting
out.
in air, man.
And so what does my wife pull on me last night? Are you going to get on him because he didn't run out of the box when he hit? I said, he hit them.
Those are no doubters.
He hit him into the parking lot.
Yeah, those are no doubters.
Nobody cares if you don't run out of the box when you hit him out of the parking lot.
You know what? I'm team Mrs. Kincade here.
Yeah, she was ready.
Happy.
I should have said it too, because she doesn't listen to the show. But happy birthday to my wife Christina.
That's amazing.
We'll have a nice celebration for her tonight. Looking forward to that. And
you enjoy it. That's
daughter's
great.
coming home, and so we'll take care. She takes care of all of us, and we're glad to give her a big weekend.
All right, we'll talk about Ohtani and a crazy moment in a Mariners-Yankees game. I'll tell you more about that coming up in a little bit. But let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. He is from New Orleans, WWL sports host in New Orleans. Tell us a little bit more about Mike Detillier, Johnny.
How about Mike is every bit? If you've heard the word Cajun, Mike is Cajun. If you've heard the word New Orleans sports, Mike Detillier sort of defines it. And he welcomed me to the South like 20-some years ago when I came to Atlanta with Buck. And he's a legend down there. And he hangs out with my man, I got to tell you, just one of the best people that I know in the business. What I say this is that Mike Detillier, you've had a lot of fun in your career down there in New Orleans, but the amount of times you've got to hang out with a certain quarterback that I used to run into a lot back in the neighborhood in Atlanta. Can you tell us a little bit about that, Bobby Hebert?
Yeah, Bobby and I actually grew up together. We were only separated by a boundary in the Lafourche area. So he went to South Lafourche, and I went to Central. Him and Coach O. So all three of us sort of grew up together. He always jokes I live in the, in the uptown part of Lafourche. Yeah, we've had some great times together. Him and I, a lot of great memories between the two of us, and we've worked together since 2006.
Wow. You're trying to catch up.
We've had a long run.
You did. It's been great. And I can tell you this, the Saints have shocked everybody this year. But be honest with me, Mike. How much have they shocked you?
Yeah, absolutely. To the core. I could have never predicted this. Their offensive line was El Succo in training camp and in the preseason. Absolutely terrible. You heard it in the voices of the coaches and players that they had a major concern about this offensive line play. They haven't run the football in 2 years. They've been stagnant in the running game. And then what we've seen the last 2 weeks is like, man, come on, we got to be seeing something different. Their offensive line play has been excellent. I had no doubt that their first-round pick, Taliase Fuaga, would be a player. I scouted him at Oregon State. He was a terrific player there, but they moved him. He had never played left tackle before. He had been a right tackle. They move him to the left side. They have a journeyman left guard in Lucas Patrick, who has bounced around the league with the Packers and the Bears. They brought him in to be the sixth man, that he would be the backup center guard. Nick Saldiveri, who they gave the job to, he's missed two practice sessions, so to speak, training camp-wise, back-to-back years. He's maybe practiced 3 times in 2 years because of injury.
Wow.
That's it. And then Eric McCoy, he's always been a top player at the center position. But the right tackle, Trevor Penning, moving him from left to right, he was terrible as a left tackle. They move on the right side. He was getting beat like a drum every day in practice. Man, Chase Young, it was like a turnstile. Yeah, Chase would put right past him every day. So, and we had no idea this would happen. And to see what's going on, you got to give Clint Kubiak a lot of credit, the new offensive coordinator who brought in this Kubiak-Shanahan scheme. Also, two old guys in this business, John Benton and Rick Dennison, 2 old-school offensive line coaches that got this fixed. So for 2 weeks, John, I'm not surprised. I'm shocked, like everybody else.
That's amazing.
That this team is this good on offense. They've scored 30 points in back-to-back games in the first half.
It's absurd.
It is absurd. So do you credit the offensive line as the biggest adjustment, Mike? Because I'll tell you right now, as a bit of a gambling man myself, I had the Saints winning the NFC South last year, and I was stunned watching that season unfold. Now, do I expect them to score 40 points a week this year? No, I do not. But the way they're playing is more like what I thought they would be like last year. So what's this biggest difference from a team that was almost painful to watch last year, even in games that they won, where it did still come down to the final week of the regular season, to now this year?
A commitment to the running game, and that we're going to play bully ball with you. And it doesn't matter if we just get a couple yards on the play, we're going to continue doing it. And it's been a revelation, to say the least. Now, okay, game 1 you played Carolina, and I get that part. But, last week you were on the road playing against a team that had won 16 straight regular season games in their own backyard. The only time the Cowboys win the game is when they kicked off. That was it. From start to finish, they were dominant against the Cowboys, and they kind of put it in slow gear at the end. It's unbelievable, but the offensive line play, and I think the 2 old coaches coming in a certain system. I talked to Mark Schlereth, who had played under Dennison, and he said, Mike, it's really offensive line friendly, but they are not going to get away from the running game. I thought maybe last year or last 2 years, post Sean Payton, they got away from it real quickly when it didn't work. And now you've got this array of weapons with Alvin Kamara, who I think is still one of the best backs in the game, and Taysom Hill. I've covered this league over 40 years. I can't compare him to anybody. There's no guy that can play quarterback, running back, fullback, tight end, wide receiver, and play on special teams. There's nobody in this league in that time frame that I could compare him to. And you know he's coming at you.
All right, can I ask you something? Because I'm curious, because you live it. I hate it. I hate watching a Saints game and almost see like they force him into the game because he's there, he has the contract. You're inside, so you could speak better to me. What is your thoughts on the whole Taysom Hill experiment?
When he first came here, Sean thought he was going to be the next Steve Young. I watched him throw in practice the first day. I said, ain't no way in the world. He was 50-50 on throws at best. But he is a rare athlete in how big, how fast, and how strong he is. And he has no regard for his body. I mean, he's willing to put it on the line. And so that's why he's hurt a lot. But using him in all those factors, we had Drew Brees on with us a couple of weeks back. And Drew was like, I put him at least at quarterback at least 10 to 12 times a game. Because once he's in there, he said it's to watch the eyes of the defenders. And if you do it in a quick manner, his deal is, how do you adjust to him? You don't know where he's going to line up. So he said there is confusion when you watch it. And they have sort of taken that. I'm not saying, I think they had it before that. But how they use Taysom is totally different than how Sean used it and how we've seen it the last couple years, moving him around, playing him a lot more at fullback than we've ever seen, and getting him much more involved in the passing game. So they know they've got something here. The issue is keeping him healthy because he plays sometimes not protective of his body. And so he's going to get nicked. But he's a rare athlete, great kid. He's the real McCoy as far as the football player is concerned. And it was to watch the first 2 weeks when he's in there, sometimes him being used as a decoy. And teams trying to adjust to what he's going to do out on the field. It's opened up a lot of things for Alvin Kamara at running back.
Mike, what concerns you when you think about the Eagles and what you've seen of the Eagles so far this year?
Jalen Hurts.
Okay. I know you liked Jalen coming out of college. You did like him.
I sure did. He's eaten their lunch the last 2 times he's played them. He's only completed 56% of his passes, but he's rushed for over 170 yards against them. And so, we had the coaches show it, and we would always get on Dennis Allen about it. And he was like, guys, I'm going to figure it out. But he had the Saints on their heels the last 2 times because of his running skills and what he could do off of that. So he is the major concern for me on what he could do. And this offseason goes to show how much they put priority on that, because other quarterbacks had run the ball pretty well against the Saints last year. And they signed Willie Gay from the Kansas City Chiefs as a spy player. Willie's only played, I think, 15 or 16 snaps this year at linebacker. I expect he's going to see a lot more playing time. He's going to see a lot more 4-3 alignment. And actually, Willie Gay's entrance into the league came because of the fact that in Kansas City, they were looking for a spy guy. They were looking for a guy because they see all these guys coming out of college who can run the ball. And he said, okay, Andy was, find me a guy that can stop that. And it was Willie Gay. They signed him this offseason. I think he's going to be the spy guy on Jalen Hurts. But I think he's the guy that scares, I think, Saints officials the most because of what he's done in the past. And I got to see Devontae Smith when he was a sophomore at Elite High School. He came to a camp that I'm involved with every year. They had him, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, I think 3 other NFL players. He got it all scale. He weighed 155 pounds. I'm like, man, what? And you got to be kidding me. And so one of the counselors was, Mike, you got to watch him. I think he might be the best receiver here. I saw Justin. I saw Jamar. I'd never seen Devontae. He corkscrewed this poor defensive back into the ground. We almost had to get a shovel to get him out. Every play. And so you see now, because not having A.J. Brown, that they're going to have to pump him the football more. I think against the run, they'll do pretty well. It's always been Dennis Allen's baby on the defensive side of the football to stop the run. But Jalen Hurts running the ball, Devontae. Coming back home to Louisiana trying to make a big splash. I think those are the two big concerns for me.
Mike, go ahead, John.
Mike, so much. Thank you so much, buddy. And send
All
love,
right, thanks a
send
lot,
love to the
guys.
family and to Bobby. Give him a big hug for me.
We'll do it.
See
we'll
you, buddy.
do it.
Take care, man.
You're the man.
right.
There he is, Mike Detillier on the Comcast Business Hotline. He's got
Legendary.
the great accent.
Doesn't he have the?
Fantastic.
Think of him, Coach O, and Bobby Abrams.
hanging out.
Oh, high school.
Defense, go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
So
I love it.
Connor gets in my ear. He goes, "Man, you have the weirdest hate for people, dude. Taysom, I hate Taysom.
Why?
Hill.
Why? What is it?
I don't hate him. Sorry, I don't hate him. I hate this Sean Payton and now this current
Dennis
regime
Allen.
forcing him into games. I
Why do you
don't.
call it forcing into games when he actually does?
He's productive.
He's productive and he actually affects the running game positively. Like he affects him being out there, distracts and helps the running game.
I think he takes a roster spot.
That's
I think he
ridiculous.
stinks.
That's absurd.
See, this is
I think he
insane.
That's
stinks.
absurd.
He's not a good quarterback. You can't. I've seen.
Guess what? Whoa. You're give me this. This is garbage. You
Why?
tell me.
You like
Jalen
Taysom Hill?
Jalen
Yes.
Hurts is out. Jalen Hurts goes down.
I'd rather.
You wouldn't want
I'd
to have
rather-
Taysom Hill?
No.
You're out of your mind.
No.
You're out of
Then
your
Kenny
mind.
Pickett?
You'd rather have Kenny Pickett.
Yes.
You're
A guy
out
who
of your,
actually
you are
plays
out of-
quarterback?
You're
Yes.
out of your mind.
Taysom Hill is a guy that runs all over the place. He's not
Kenny-
a real quarter. He's not even listed as a quarterback anymore.
Yeah, that is, you're out of your mind. You are absolutely.
Oh, God, you like
out of-
Taysom Hill?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with John on this one.
Yes.
You're crazy for
Oh,
this.
God.
As far
you
as
guys
a,
are
as a
insane.
Swiss Army knife type of guy
Oh.
that is there, but also I would absolutely think you got a better chance if Taysom Hill backed up Jalen Hurts than Kenny freaking Pickett.
I would boycott an entire Eagles season if they signed him.
Oh my gosh!
I would boycott. I would not
God,
watch a
you
game.
hate this guy.
No,
It's
I
ridiculous.
hate the guys that are just out there that get forced onto the field.
That's ridiculous.
Watch.
Score
He's gonna
touchdowns
He's
and
going to
make
score a
plays.
touchdown. I'll have an egg on my face. I know it.
And
I hate
more
Taysom
importantly,
Hill.
he makes plays, and he also affects.
I've seen them run fade routes to a guy that can't catch a football
He
well.
affects their running game really, really well.
Hate
And a
Taysom
lot of
Hill.
times they will have him go out and do stuff to set up stuff that then hurts you with other players later in the
I
game.
could have Bill Colarulo do that.
No, you
Go ahead,
couldn't.
Bill. Go out there and just go run havoc. Wreak havoc out there. Take up a roster spot.
Bro, I
Wreak
hope the
havoc.
Eagles win. I hope he scores twice.
Wow.
Yeah, you have him, eh?
I don't. I
No,
don't.
he
even
just
have
wants
him.
me
I
to
just
look
want
bad.
Andrew to be sad
I
Monday
hate
morning.
my
Taysom
gosh.
Hill so much.
That's incredible.
He, the person, might be
Okay,
fine.
I'm going to tell you right now, that may be your worst football take I've ever heard.
If you think that's my worst football take, then
no,
you
that I've
haven't
heard
been
in
listening.
there. It's only been 135 shows. He's got a lot more
I
in the
didn't realize
holster,
I'm
folks.
working with. I'm going to get you your Hill jerseys coming
Oh
up.
my
all right?
gosh.
My God, he stinks. All right, coming up next, we do our pick segment, but also I want to talk about Ohtani because it's historic, and also a moment in the Mariners-Yankees game where I got to say it's not the dude's fault. I'll explain more coming up next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. 97.5 The Fanatic. Oh my God! Sometimes I wish we had cameras in the hallways because the Taysom Hill conversation continued during the break.
Don't get derailed with this because we have quickly because we got picks.
Yes, we do.
And everything like that. We got to don't get into the Taysom Hill, who, by the way,
who's going to be playing this weekend against the Eagles.
As I believe it was weird. Is it I think 27 career touchdowns?
Yeah, because they force him the football.
Okay.
Yeah, dude.
Gotcha.
You're better than
force
this.
him the football.
Dude, Taysom Hill stinks.
The amount of people that have 27 touchdowns in the NFL in history.
Taysom
my
Hill
gosh.
Stinks. He's a wasted
roster
roster
my gosh.
spot. And the Saints have kept on force-feeding him the football.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Are you going to have him in as one of your props first?
No, but I have some good props, though. I do have some good props here.
Hit us with the football music there, Connor. We need to bounce back, you and I. We're both 3-5. Johnny 5-3 on the season. We do 4 picks. Any way you want it. Can be all 4 games. Can be 4 props. Can be split. You name it. Johnny, it's your tee box because you continue to be up in front.
I've had a 3-1 week and a 2-2 week. Let's not brag.
It's still your team. We could all shoot 7s and you shoot a 6.
It's really simple. I like one game where I'll take the line. I'll take the Colts -1.5. Love the Colts. I would have no problem with that one. Derrick Henry, over 68.5 yards versus the Dallas Cowboys. Love that one. It won't even be close to that number. He'll blow it out of the water. Brian Robinson, over 51.5 yards rushing versus Cincinnati. Cincinnati's rush defense, almost as bad as the Eagles. And then Mike Evans, under 63.5 yards versus Denver.
Under? Why?
Patrick Surtain.
That's a
under 63.5. Surtain right now is letting people have like 30 yards a week. Something along those lines. I'll do it under 63.5.
Okay. I have 3 games for you, and then I just need to find what the actual... I have a prop where I didn't even have to look at it to know that I like it. Where are we at? Here you go. Player passing touchdowns. My prop, C.J. Stroud over-under touchdowns is 1.5. I will take the over against the Minnesota Vikings. For a couple reasons. I think C.J. Stroud maybe has that third week boom where he has a good game. Also, Joe Mixon is hurt right now. He might play. He's not officially out, but maybe they can't rely on the running game so much. So I will take C.J. Stroud's over touchdown passes, 1.5 as my prop. My 3 games, I know the line is beefy, especially with the injuries that Dirk dealing with, but the San Francisco 49ers are 6.5-point favorites. They need to bounce back after that loss last week. Despite them being banged up, what offense does the Rams have? They don't have one. I don't know how they're going to score points against a good 49ers defense when they have no players. So San Francisco -6.5. Monday night, I like the Bills to cover the 4.5 against the Jags. Until Trevor Lawrence puts together a full football game, I don't trust him to win football games. So the Bills -4.5. And the Chiefs, this is a fishy line.
Sunday night.
In Atlanta, Chiefs just 3-point favorites. If the Eagles don't make a couple mistakes, they cover a 3-point spread. The Chiefs are better than the Eagles. That's fair to say. I think the Chiefs cover the 3 against the Falcons. So Niners, Bills, Chiefs, all favorites cover the spread, and then the over-under 1.5 touchdown passes for C.J. Stroud.
I love the Rams, by the way. They were the team that would have been in my picks.
Do you?
Love them.
Why?
Capital L. Well, now Kittle out. They're so banged up. They have the #1 injury report right now going on in the NFL.
Yeah, but the Rams
on the offensive side
I don't
of the
know
ball.
I don't know who Stafford throws the football to. That's my. I get it. I even said with the injuries, but they also have to bounce back.
So many injuries.
Yep, absolutely. And then Connor, we'll get your picks coming up in a few minutes, but you've mentioned it a couple times today, Johnny. Our show is being taken over today.
Yeah, it's a takeover by the AACR, the American Association for Cancer Research, which I appreciate because those young researchers that we try to support through the John Kincade Scholarship Fund helped to save my life just again last year. And Sam Rogers joins us, the Director of Leadership and Philanthropy. That's a big title, Sam, and we're glad you could join us today as we try to do what we can to try to help the AACR.
Great to be here, and we appreciate it.
Now, what does the Director of Leadership and Philanthropy do with the AACR, and how can we help?
So, fundraising and engagement. So you already are helping, and everyone who's listening and hears you guys plugging us over the years. Grateful for the partnership. And we have a bunch of ways to get involved that we can go over. I know you guys are thinking about doing some stuff with the Philly Marathon. The ACR is a title sponsor for. So we got some bibs left there. If you got any runners on the phone, reach out at runners@aacr.org or go over to our website at aacr.org and check out the new cancer progress report that came out with some really great information for folks to use.
We were able to send 22 early career investigators last year to the annual conference. What does that mean for a young mind in science to get to rub elbows with some of the, some of the veteran peers that they get to deal with?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So you got, Nobel laureates and other people, and it's I think to most people, they would be walking down the hall, it's no big deal, but you see some of these young researchers, and it's like, like you were just talking about, it's like Matt Stafford is walking the hall. And so I think to see these junior researchers get a chance to learn from the best in the world and to have your listeners be the ones who got them to this meeting, which is the most important cancer meeting around. And I'm in the room with them, and we have a little soiree or party for them, and they just lose their minds. They're there, they're serious, they're researchers, but when they let down and sort of let loose and talk about what it means to them and what your listeners have and you have made possible, changes their career. And by changing their career, you change people's lives.
It is an amazing thing. The AACR, too, what people don't realize, too, you guys are right here in our backyard. You are Philadelphia, just like everything else.
Are indeed, right in Philly. I'm in Jersey, but I worked in New York City for much of my career. I've been here for 2 years. When I came down, I asked everyone where they were from. They're like, "Oh, I'm from John Street, right over there." I'm like, I don't know where that is. I'm not from Philly. No, it's got deep Philly roots in the staff and in the history.
Sam, doing what you do, how rewarding is this, for you? Because I see how much this has benefited John. Me personally, just the one-time cancer survivor when I've known you, but now a three-time cancer survivor in your life. And obviously, you're not the only one that has dealt with cancer. I know people that are dealing with it right now. So how rewarding is it for you seeing the growth of the AACR?
It's been unbelievable to see, especially like we were talking about these young researchers, and I've been doing this long enough to see some of those folks that you're all supporting who, back 15 years ago, and there was other folks in that position now who are leaders in the field. And I talk to people every day who are alive because of research that's happened because of support from the public. It just doesn't, there's not enough money from the government to fund the things that we need, especially for junior researchers who have ideas they may not be able to take up. And you see, I was talking to a woman the other day who is a researcher researching a rare form of pediatric cancer that kills kids. And she wouldn't have been able to continue her research if it wasn't for that support. And she had some follow-on funding for some other folks who were touched by that type of cancer. And we hope that means not just treatments, but cures.
Well, the first 50 people who donate $20 today to the AACR at 97.5 The Fanatic /AACR or AACR.org/Fanatic are going to be able to grab 4 tickets to FanFest coming up next Saturday, the 28th at Xfinity Live. We so appreciate you, Sam, making time for us today, even though you're a Patriots fan.
I knew it was coming.
I'm gonna.
I said it slipped out yesterday.
It's kindness. It's kindness on our part and hospitality that we don't bring up Super Bowl and talk to you about Super Bowl 57. But we appreciate you and the fine work of the AACR, and I hope you have a great day and a great weekend.
I'm just excited for the NBA season.
Yeah.
We love those Celtics too. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Sam. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Sam.
That was awesome.
Look,
awesome. That's got to mean, especially for you, man. You see how much the AACR is growing year by year.
And they're growing in our backyard.
Yeah.
And more importantly, as I've said it before, and I don't try to overstate it, is the strategy, the what I did to save my life was sort of radical. Yeah. And it didn't exist when the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's not long ago.
It's all because of research. I would be dead.
Yep.
I would be dead right now. Like Connor's picks have been.
Yeah. What are your 4?
Connor, what do you got?
Well, I got the same record as his. So.
Well, what are your picks, Connor?
My mom texted me during Andrew's picks and said, stop betting against the Vikings. And no, Mom. Texans -2. First pick. Easy one. Lock. There's no way the Vikings are 3-0. They stink. Dolphins Seahawks. I'm taking the over 41.5. I know no Tua, but I think there's enough offensive skill position players in that game.
Who's throwing the football?
What's up?
Who's throwing the football?
Run it. A-Chain.
Okay.
Good with that. Listen, Chargers Steelers. I'm also taking the over in that game. Just 36. Like, I look at that and I say, those teams, they could score a little bit. I don't think the Steelers are any
throwing
good.
the football for one of those two teams.
Yeah, and this is what Vegas is thinking. That's why they're going to lose all their money to me this weekend.
Okay.
These are my picks, not yours. Keep it to yourself over there, Taysom Hill Jr. And Devontae Smith for my prop. I'm going over 73.5 receiving yards. They got to get the ball to him even more than they did against the Atlanta Falcons. Like, A.J. Brown's not going to play. So I want that. And I think
like
he goes
that.
over 100.
All right.
Sort of like that.
Those are Connor's picks. We got our picks in, and hopefully Connor and I can bounce back and get back above 500. Or at least
No, I'm
at
not
500.
rooting for you anymore. You're being mean to me
thank you.
today.
I'm hoping to have a big week.
All right, coming up next, we have the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. But a moment happened yesterday that John and I already disagree with. Connor, be ready, man. You're going to play middleman again. Did you see what happened in the Mariners-Yankees game last night?
No, I don't know what's going on.
You got to go look at it. We'll tell you where to look.
Here's what we'll do. Don't look it up. During the Key 3, you let me know when there's 30 seconds left. I will send you the video because I want you to give your live reaction on the air.
Okay.
All right? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas on this Football Friday. 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, we got the key three in a second, but I just sent you the video, Connor. If you want to fast forward to the 30-second mark so that you can see exactly what's going on, and we'll get your reaction to it coming up next. But it's time now for the key three presented by Von C.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Man, today's question kind of similar, but maybe a little bit more harsh. Who on Sunday needs to just have a game so that we have faith in them? That's our question today. For me, it's the pass rush or somebody, right? You want to give me an individual, Bryce Huff, Josh Sweat, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis. There needs to be one player, not Brandon Graham, not Milton Williams, not Moro Ojomo, not Thomas Booker.
Whoa, why do you say not Milton Williams?
No, the four guys that will play the majority of the snaps.
Okay.
I need one of those four guys that will play 50% of the snaps or more on a weekly basis, unless they suck so bad that they get pulled out of the rotation. This week, because Vic Fangio even said it, we'll play some clips for you coming up. Vic Fangio said that Bryce Huff is still the starting edge rusher, as he should. You're not going to bench him.
No.
Out of Bryce Huff, Josh Sweat, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, I'm asking for one person, not all four, not two, not three, one person, John, to have a freaking pulse.
And who is the guy, if I said to you Monday morning you're going to come in and you're going to say, well, I'm very inspired by that?
It would be Jalen Carter, because he's the guy I have the most faith in. Screw it. What's the breaking news, Connor?
Man, Woj just leaves yesterday, and we get a Shams bomb on the big man. Joel Embiid says he's signing a contract extension with the Sixers. The one-time NBA MVP will sign a 3-year, $193 million maximum extension. So Embiid now 5 years and $301 million on his 76ers deal. One of the 3 richest totals in NBA history.
Joel Embiid's the best player on this team. He's the best player in the NBA, arguably, with him and Nikola Jokic. But everybody that's had concerns about locking him up long term, you have every right to your concern. To me, though, I will celebrate this because I do believe the best chance of winning is with Joel Embiid now, next year, and the year after that.
3 years from now, 4 years from now, 5 years from now.
And what have you wanted, John? Continuity.
Oh, no, I've absolutely wanted that.
This contract sets up continuity with him and Paul George and Tyrese Maxey.
Gotcha. So, congratulations to Joel Embiid.
Seems like you don't like it.
It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary right now. There was no need to do it.
All
right.
Let's get to Mr.
Sorry.
DeCecco.
Andrew, good morning. What's going
up,
on,
Andrew?
man?
This is a very important game. It's a measuring stick game, I would say, because you're facing a formidable opponent, at least on paper, and you're kind of reeling a little bit coming off that loss. So this is a really critical moment. Yes, it's just week 3, but it doesn't really get any easier. So you got to take care of business, and their position right now, with this offense, they should be able to put up 28 points, even without A.J. Brown.
We need to remind people that Taiwan Walker will not be pitching in the postseason. So why is everybody overreacting to this? Today, they're tied. Well, they got the edge on the tiebreaker for the best record in baseball. They want to have the bye week. They would have locked up the bye week 3, 4, or 5 days ago if they had just found a way to get a reasonable pitcher at the back end of this rotation.
He is from New Orleans, WWL sports host in New Orleans, Mike Detillier.
He's eaten their lunch the last 2 times he's played them. He's only completed 56% of his passes, but he's rushed for over 170 yards against them. But he had the Saints on their heels the last 2 times because of his running skills and what he could do off of that. So he is the major concern for me.
So who do you need to see Sunday have a good game so that you can have faith in them? And it's not just players. The coach is allowed to be in this conversation because I'm sure there's a lot of people that go, I need Nick Sirianni to bounce back from last week or we're going to start talking about last season. And I don't want to do that, John.
It is absolutely Jordan Davis.
Okay.
Because if Jordan Davis gets swallowed up like he did far too often on Monday night,
on the air and on the ground,
it could be ugly. It could be ugly. And I believe in Jordan Davis. So I'm going to tell you that's where I'm at.
All right.
Jordan Davis is the guy.
All right, that's the Key 3 presented by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Don't miss their Oktoberfest celebration, September 27th through the 29th, where you can try their Oktoberfest Key 3. The Berliner Weiss, which is a historic German sour beer. The Fest beer, a modern take on the Oktoberfest style. And the Wannsee Toberfest Marzen, a love letter to Munich Malt. Why don't you check out their Key 3 on WannseeBrewing.com, and you can get that Key 3 for Sunday's game. And, you can either drink it celebrating or you can drink it to wash away the pain of an Eagles loss if that's what to happen.
I'll be live tweeting on the Fanatics Instagram feed and Twitter feed. So join me in the conversation.
Looking forward to that. So, Connor, we just sent you a video for people at home. Last night, Yankees-Mariners, there was a moment in the 10th inning when...
10th inning is key here.
10th inning's key. Now, hold on, before we give our takes, because I want Connor to figure out what side we're on here. Randy Arozarena was batting and swung at a pitch and missed, and the bat flew out of his hands at Julio Rodriguez, who was down the third baseline. He was on third base. And Rodriguez avoided the bat and then walked out of the baseline and then got picked off at third. So first, Connor, who do you believe had what side?
I would imagine that John said, get back to the bag, and Andrew said, dude, he had a bat thrown at him.
Correct.
Andy, you're crazy, dude.
You're crazy.
That's fine.
He's just wandering. If you haven't seen the video, he avoids it, and then he completely
forgets
turns
that
it
it's a
back,
live
and then
game.
just
You know
wanders
why he
away.
forgets? Because a bat was coming at him.
How many times have you ever seen this happen in a Major League game?
Right at the batter or base runner, I haven't really seen it.
No, but I mean, as far as a guy wandering off base, he's not even paying attention.
Yeah, I've never seen that
He
before.
was not paying attention.
Right. So you've never had a bat flying at you, and then you go, oh, man, I avoided that one.
I've had bats fly at me before. Like, listen, man.
Come on, you got to react.
There are signs in ballparks that say bats and balls may leave the field
okay.
of play.
It's the
Does
10th
does he have a ticket stub?
He doesn't have to. He's playing the damn
It's
game.
the 10th inning of a live game.
And the bat wasn't at
and
head
he's on
height. It
third
was on
base.
the
I
ground.
give the guy the benefit of the
He's
doubt.
on third base in the 10th inning of a live game, and he gets picked off.
I give him the benefit of the
To
doubt.
avoid it, but then get back.
Yeah, get back. Look
Yeah,
at
he
dexterity.
did a
No, but
sigh
then he's
of
like,
relief.
then he's like, woof.
Yeah, sigh
Oh,
relief.
my.
He didn't
Oh, I didn't get hit.
He didn't get hit by the bat.
All right, what's your score for Sunday? You're not saving it for Sunday.
Saints 27, Eagles 24. But if the pass rush steps up, the Eagles can win the football.
That old contingency.
Oh, my gosh. What's your non-contingency pick there, Connor?
28-21 Birds. I'm not a coward.
31-27 Eagles.
All right, so I'm the bad guy in the show.
No, you're not the
today.
bad guy. You're just the guy who thinks you're – and guess what? Your opinion is very much backed up by stuff we've seen.
I just need the pass rush to get home. I need Vic Fangio to say, hey, I found a solution. And until then, I'm worried
You
about
have
the
every
Eagles'
right to
defense. Yep.
Hey,
Again.
support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, Davis CPA Group. Thanks, Ronnie. And make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. Do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. Remember, if you need FanFest tickets, a $20 donation to the AACR today will get you 4 FanFest tickets if you need them for next Saturday.
All right, coming up next, the Mike Missanelli Show at 10 o'clock with Bill Colarulo and Ray Dunn. I know Tim McManus joins them at 1. Don't forget, 2:20 today, Joe Buck joins Ricky Bowe and Andrew DeCecco, Tyrone in New Orleans.
Good stuff.
Yep, absolutely. Great day today ahead for you on Kincade Salciunas.